저 이제 이 마이크는 내려주.
하나 둘 체크 하나 둘. 네, 장내에 계신 분께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금 연암관 대강당 좌석은 자유좌석제입니다. 앞에 귀빈석 VIP석을 제외한 자리는 자유좌석이니까요. 뒤에 계신 분들 조금만 빠르게 입장을 해주셔서 빈자리에 앉아주시면 되겠습니다. 밖에 계신 교무위원님들, 교수님들은 객석 아래로 내려오셔서요. 앞에 마련된 VIP석으로 이동해 주시기를 바랍니다.
Come inside and stand in the front two lines for VIPs.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금 입장하고 계신 손님들,
So participants coming to the hall, you can sit wherever you want, and actually there are quite a plenty of seats, so you can be seated any place you want.
행사에 대해서 저희가 간략하게 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희가 오늘 세션 1, 2, 3가
So let me just give you a couple of housekeeping notes. So there are 3 sessions for international conference of today, and in the lobby we prepare some finger foods, and there's one intermission in between. And between the doors there's a photo wall. So we call it 4 live cuts. You can just take an immediate photo cut in the booth, so you can enjoy it as well. So let me give you another housekeeping notes again. Those who are coming to the hall right now, please come forward and you can sit wherever you want. And once all the participants are seated, we are going to start the Ajou International Conference. So in a couple of minutes, the conference will be started.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금 입장하고 계신 우리
So let me give you another couple of key housekeeping notes. I think most of the participants are Ajou University students. Please come forward and be seated. And you can sit wherever you want. So any place that you want to sit will be okay. So students who are standing on the back side, please come forward. So housekeeping notes again. The school committee members who are standing outside of the hall, please come inside and take a seat.
약 1분 정도 후에 저희가 바로 인터내셔널 컨퍼런스
So in a minute, we are going to start Ajou International Conference.
안내면 안 줘. 사회자 바로 할게요. 근데 지금 마이크는 내려요. 사회자분들 바로 들어가시고 시작하면.
The conference is about to begin. Please be seated.
네, 이제 조만간 컨퍼런스가
During this conference, simultaneous translations in Korean and English will be provided. So if you're in need of translation, you may receive the translation receiver at the entrance of the auditorium. Channel 1 will be translated into Korean. Channel 2 will be translated into English. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Good afternoon to all the guests from Ajou University. And on behalf of Ajou community, we would like to especially welcome our distinguished guests from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, Gyeongbuk National University, and Ministry of Education. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tae-bong Kim. I am currently a faculty member at the Department of Economics in Ajou University. It is my great honor and privilege to moderate Ajou International Conference today, celebrating our university 50-year anniversary. Before the main sessions, we are going to start this conference by watching a video, an introduction of Ajou University.
Next leaders, next Ajou alumni from around the world come here to transform their lives and set their course for success. Since 1973, Ajou University has been committed to the efforts and dedication of its members based on the philosophy of respect for humanity, truth-seeking based on practicality, and uniting humankind for one global society. We, Ajou University, is celebrating its 50th anniversary in April 12, 2023. Historically, Ajou University has challenged itself to maintain high standards of research and education during 50 years. We ranked number 1 among Korean comprehensive universities in the Times Higher Education Young University Rankings 2022. Ajou University gained the highest grade in the 2021 annual evaluation of the Bridge Plus. With the support of our incredible students, faculty, and staff members, we were able to accomplish the outstanding achievements. Education that transforms our imagination into a reality. Today, Ajou University is widely acknowledged as leading comprehensive university in Korea. The university is conveniently located in providing the ideal balance between academic atmosphere and modern urban living. Our location is also advantageous for academia-industry cooperation. Students to faculty ratio is 18:1, which is close to the ideal ratio for research-focused institutions. To make our initiative of transforming imagination into reality, we have created a system called Blue Semester. It recognizes students' self-designed challenge projects as credits, encouraging self-directed learning and achievement. Challenges that bring our experiences to fruition. Ajou University, all-in-one university, offers convergent education through its College of Pharmacy, Medicine, Nursing, and Law School. The university consists of 12 colleges with leading programs in fields such as artificial intelligence, future automobiles, molecular science and technology, energy systems, a medical center, and a law school. We took our innovative moves to organize AI convergence education by creating new departments. communication that connects us to one another. We maintain collaborative partnerships with 327 universities in about 70 countries around the world. The global partnership at Ajou University has led to the first dual degree graduates in Korea, who are now enrolled in top-tier graduate programs or working in global leading industries. In collaboration with leading universities and organizations, Ajou University offers a variety of customized programs designed to equip students with the competence and skills required for leadership roles in a global world. Ajou University, through its efforts, has created a dynamic and intercultural campus environment that embraces international perspectives and diverse cultures. To successfully connect the past, present, and future, we will pursue education that transforms our imagination into a reality, challenges that bring our experiences to fruition, communication that connects us to one another. We, Ajou University, is preparing to build and create a centennial path upon the history of the past 50 years.
Wow, thank you very much. This video certainly makes me proud of being a member of Ajou community. Thank you for watching the video. The title of today's conference is The Roles and Innovations of Universities to Lead Future Society. The title is quite self-evident of what we are trying to discuss today. I believe 50-year anniversary means not only commemorating the past 50 years of history, but also motivating us to think about the next 50 years. In this regard, today's conference will be very important to shape and refine our perspectives about the future. To fulfill this objective of today's conference, we were very fortunate to have invited prominent scholars, not only from Korea, but also from the global community. Please allow me to introduce our distinguished guests. We are honored to have you here today. Our Ajou University President, Ki-Ju Choi. From Nanyang Technological University, Deputy President and Provost, Ling San. And from Gyeongbuk National University, President Won Ha-hong. And from Ministry of Education in Korea, Eun-hee Choi. Not present. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, your presence are greatly appreciated. We also would like to thank faculty members, staffs, and students who are here today and also joining us virtually to be part of this great event. Now, our university president, Ki-Ju Choi, will give us an opening remark for 50th anniversary Ajou International Conference. Please welcome President Choi to the stage with a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 감사합니다. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Ki-Ju Choi, President of Ajou University. Today, 50th anniversary of Ajou University is a very special day for all of us who are working for and learning at Ajou University. I sincerely welcome every one of you who are with us today to celebrate our 50th anniversary. I would like to welcome our distinguished guests from in and out and around the world who saved their valuable times in spite of their tight schedule. Especially, I would like to express my heartfelt thankfulness to Professor Ling San, Acting President of Nanyang Technical University, Mr. Jang Sang-yun, Vice Minister of Education for the Republic of Korea, and Professor Won Ha-hong, President of Gyeongbuk National University, and as well as futurist Thomas Frey, who will give us an opening keynote speech soon. In addition, I would like to say thank you to 5 alumni professors who are devoting themselves to education and research at esteemed overseas universities. Today, celebrating 50th anniversary of my university, we have organized this conference under the theme of roles and innovation of universities to lead the future society. To redefine the future roles of university for upcoming 50 years in the face of global changes and crises, and to contemplate the set of new values that science, technology, and humanities and social science should pursue in the era of great disruption and transformation. Nowadays, universities are facing many challenges and they are in perilous situations. They have to actively cope with the rapidly changing environment in order to survive. Not only should they perform their inherent duties of education and research, but also universities are being called upon to play roles including socially contributive industry, academia, cooperations, and platforms which are for student successes based on innovative and on-demand tools that have been requested, that has never been requested before. Since I took my position early last year, I have done my best to make Ajou University as a true global university. I have tried to build collaborative relationships with world's prestigious universities like University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, University of California, Irvine, Purdue University, Technion, Israel Institute of Technology, U of Virginia, University of Central Florida, UW-Madison, you name it. I firmly believe that research collaborations and student exchanges with these prestigious universities will make Ajou University and our students equipped with capabilities to win the ever-growing global competitions. I have also pushed forward various programs that are basic, but they can solidify the fundamentals of the university, such as innovating liberal arts education, enhancing student physical fitness, and foreign language skills, which contribute to making and shaping Ajouism. By those, people who are graduating from Ajou University will be with spirits and abilities of collaborations, goodwills, trust, and communication, which I think are regarded as 4 important aspects of human beings. I believe that universities should constantly explore new paths for the future universities through creative ideas and realization by doing things that have not been before, things that no one has ever tried, but things that we must do anyway. In this respect, I believe that today's conference and its theme is a very timely one, and I expect it will be a place of constructive debate and discussion in which collective intelligence flourishes and come to a point. Special thanks should go to futurist Thomas Prey. Now, I want to welcome you again to the Feast of Knowledge, starting with the opening keynote speech by you, Mr. Thomas Prey, and hope you have a fruitful times to ponder upon the future of universities together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for welcoming and opening remark, President Che. We are pleased to hear about what Ajou University has achieved during the last 5 decades. And also, thank you for reminding us there are more challenges lie ahead of us for the next 50 years. We would like to learn how to turn these challenges into opportunities from this conference. So before we moving on to the next session with discussions, we would like to share a congratulatory messages from sister university from all over the world. On behalf of Ajou family, we appreciate your congratulations. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mark Money, Chancellor of the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, and I'm delighted to honor your 50th anniversary celebration. Ajou University has positively changed thousands of lives. The impact and influence you've had over the course of half a century is both meaningful and impressive. Thank you for all that you do to expand research, cross-cultural learning, collaboration, discovery, and understanding across the globe. We need this today. Happy anniversary.
Dear partner, dear colleagues, dear friends, it is my great pleasure to express my warmest congratulations to our partner Ajou University on its 50th anniversary. This partnership has enriched our own academic and cultural experiences and has contributed to the advancement of knowledge and understanding. On this special anniversary, I would like to express my gratitude and admiration for all that this university has achieved and for the many contributions it has made to our shared educational landscape.
Hello, I'm UNLV President Keith Whitfield, and on behalf of all of us at UNLV, I send my heartfelt congratulations to our friends at Ajou University as you celebrate your institution's 50th anniversary. Our two universities are relatively young, but it's impressive to see the progress and achievements your university has already made. Together, we're graduating fantastic students and we're driving innovation. As Ajou looks ahead to its next 50 years, we're excited about the future of our partnership and we hope it can grow. Congratulations.
Hello, I am Rich Murayama, President of Fukuoka Institute of Technology in Japan. As the President of your longtime partner university in Japan, I am incredibly honored and delighted to come together with everyone to celebrate this remarkable milestone of Ajou's history together. Thank you.
Dear partner, this is Schmalkalden University of Applied Sciences in Germany. So here's to the next 50 years of fruitful collaboration, of academic mobility, and once again, happy anniversary.
Hello, and greetings from Haaga-Helia University of Applied Sciences. It's my great pleasure to congratulate Ajou University on its 50th anniversary. Let me quote some feedback from our students who have been exchange students at Ajou. A student from autumn 2022, the best experience was meeting all the people there and traveling around Korea. I hiked more than I have ever hiked in my life, and the fact that I could go swimming in the sea in October was pretty cool as well. Once again, my warmest congratulations to Ajou University on your anniversary, and I wish you the best of luck in the future. Thank you.
On behalf of the IMC Krems University of Applied Sciences here in Austria, I sincerely congratulate Ajou University to 50 years of outstanding teaching and world-class research. The celebration of the 50th anniversary is an opportunity to say thank you to the leaders, the faculty, to all the employees of your distinguished university. Thank you for offering our students the opportunity to participate in outstanding courses, and thank you for a perfect service for our students who spent their exchange semester at Ajou University. We wish Ajou University all the best for a prosperous, successful, and bright future, and dearly hope that we are able to even deepen our fruitful partnerships in the future.
尊敬的亚洲大学陈启居校长、亚洲大学教职员们、同学们、校友们，我是长沙理工大学校长曹一佳。 很高兴代表长沙理工大学向你们表示最热烈的祝福，祝福贵校迎来50周年庆典。最后，再次向贵校表达祝福，我们致以最良好的祝福，祝亚洲大学越办越好，祝我们的友谊之树长青。
Dear Ajou University community, on behalf of YeonamHall University of Applied Sciences in Finland, it's my privilege and great honor to congratulate your university on its 50th anniversary. We are aware of the high quality of education and research at your university achieved over 50 years. For example, your success in Times Higher Education ranking is impressive. We wish you a successful future in education and research, and we join the celebration here in Finland. Congratulations.
Dear President Chui, dear members of Ajou University, my name is Professor Walter Schober. I am President of Technische Hochschule Ingolstadt. This anniversary is an important milestone to your university, and we hope that many more successful years of continuity and growth lie ahead of you. We look forward to continuing your development and our partnership.
Dear all, greetings from Austria. Today it is my honor to send congratulations to our long-time and very valued partner, Ajou University in Korea, for your 50th anniversary. In more than 50 years of collaboration, we've exchanged many students and professors and learned from each other. Thank you for the fruitful collaboration.
Dear President, dear colleagues and friends at Ajou University, as President of Karlsruhe University of Applied Sciences, your German partner institution, it's an honor for me to congratulate you on the 50th anniversary of your university. There has been a steady exchange of students between Ajou University and HKA. In fact, Ajou has turned out to be a very popular destination indeed for our outgoing students who are always impressed by your wonderful campus, your excellent facilities, your high academic standards and your general hospitality. We are very much looking forward to continuing expanding our Korean-German cooperation and wish you all the best for the next 50 years.
Dear Professor Ki-Chu Choi, President of Ajou University, Republic of Korea. Greetings from Hanoi University, Vietnam. On behalf of the administration, faculty, staff, students, and alumni of Hanoi, I would like to extend to you my sincere congratulations on this significant milestone of the 50th anniversary of the founding of Ajou University for international students. Hanoi University is honored to be a partner with such a prestigious university as yours, and we look forward to a continued strong partnership in the years to come. Best wishes for a successful commemoration of your 50th anniversary.
Dear President Ki-Chu Choi, colleague, as rector of the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia, and on behalf of the entire UPB University community, I would like to congratulate you through this video on the 50th anniversary of the magnificent institution you preside, Ajou University, which has done excellent work for the benefit of educational quality and academic excellence. I would like also to express my great satisfaction for the fluid and fruitful collaboration between our institutions, which through the UPB's Promo Exchange Cooperation Program represents a brilliant opportunity for our students. For all these reasons, I would like to wish you a new decade full of successes and projects in which this close relationship between Ajou and the UPB will continue to be nurtured. For all the challenges to come, congratulations to all your university community.
Greetings to President Choi and the students, faculty, and staff at Ajou University. The University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire celebrates with you on your 50th anniversary. Since 2001, we've worked together across the world to unite humankind through our reciprocal exchange activities. UW-Eau Claire has welcomed 53 Ajou University students to our campus here in the middle of America. And Ajou has welcomed 92 UW-Eau Claire students to Suwon. We join with you in our commitment to help make the world a better place for all. Congratulations, happy 50th anniversary from the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been serving Ajou University since 2014. I never knew we had so many friends outside Korea. Thank you again for the congratulations from sister universities and friends. Finally, I am very excited for the next session. We're finally going to have opening keynote speaker here today, Thomas Frey. Before introducing him to you all more formally, let me have an ice-breaking time with Thomas. Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Tae-bong. I'm moderating the conference. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
How are you this morning?
Okay. Very good. So, what time is it over there?
It is 3:44 a.m. in the morning.
3:44 a.m. in the morning. Okay. We are excited to have you. Thank you so much being with us today.
Sure.
And I guess you're starting the morning a little bit early.
Yeah, I had my times mixed up a little bit. I apologize for that.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine. We have very big audience here today. Do you see that through your screen?
I don't see that just at the moment, but I.
Okay. So I think there's so many people to hear you, what you have to say. Obviously, since you know how to predict the future, you have obviously anticipated this big audience, have you not?
Yes, I assumed that it would be about 1,000 people in the audience. Is
Yes,
that correct?
that's true. More than 1,000, actually. Okay,
That
I'm
is
going
terrific.
to.
That
Okay.
is terrific.
I'm going to introduce you to the audience more formally, and I'm going to give you the floor just in a moment, okay?
All right.
Okay. So today's opening keynote speaker, Thomas Frey, futurist. Thomas Frey is Google's top-rated futurist speaker and IBM's most award-winning engineer. Thomas pushes far beyond the limits of conventional wisdom, often talking about extreme futures. His predictions on futures are based on building what-if scenarios as a tool for discussing far-reaching implications. His presentations will not only stretch the imagination, but also challenge current thinking. So as you can see, he's joining us virtually at 3:44 a.m. Without further ado, let us hear valuable insights from Thomas Frey. Let us welcome him with a round of applause.
Yes, it's a great honor to be with you here today. Again, my apologies. I don't know how I got the time wrong, but we're going to make this work. And we're going to have some fun doing this as well. Let me put my presentation on here. Okay. A little screen sharing if I can. It says the screen sharing has been disabled. Is that possible to do that? Can somebody enable the screen sharing?
Somebody managing the screen sharing with his slides, I guess.
There we go. There we go. Very good. All right. All right. Take a deep breath now. All right. Thank you. This is a great honor to be with you here today, and I certainly like to join the rest in celebrating the 50th anniversary, which is quite the accomplishment. I often get asked how I know what to pay attention to when I'm looking at the future. There are so many things coming out of the woodwork. I've seen lots of research that's coming out of laboratories, and I look at it and I say, wow, this changes everything, and then nothing happens. In fact, nothing happens most of the time. We're seeing lots of breakthroughs that are seemingly right on the edge of something happening, and then nothing happens. So I am constantly looking forward to what's getting traction. I have to figure out what's getting traction because there's too much of this stuff gets just sidelined. And the difficulty that's going on is whenever you have an emerging technology, something that's somebody's just created, it's really difficult to affect change in the world. So it's very difficult to marry up an emerging technology with a seasoned entrepreneur that can actually bring it into the marketplace. That's very difficult. Now, this is an example of one that actually got brought into the marketplace in 2016. This was the Tesla Model 3. And this car was first announced through some tweets online, and virtually nobody knew anything about this car. In fact, there was no drawings, there's no pictures, no nothing. And Elon Musk put in a few tweets, and within the next 2 months, over 450,000 people put in $1,000 to put their name on a waiting list for a car that they knew virtually nothing about. This is the epitome of the true magical startup, and I consider it the most successful product launch in all history. Now, the entire automobile industry was blindsided when this happened. The car industry said, wow, we had no idea that people wanted electric cars. And the whole industry shifted gears at that point, and that wasn't very long ago. But I have to remind people that the cars that we drive today have actually been in development for the past 120 years. So it's actually taken 120 years to get to cars that are as good as the ones that we have today. So for the past 120 years, the people that have been designing cars have been designing them around one central function, which is driving. But as we move into the driverless era, people are no longer going to be driving. So we're going to start seeing this question a lot. The people that are designing cars, rather than focus on the driving experience, they're focused on everything else that's happening in the cars now other than driving. And so this entire body of knowledge that's been developed over the past 120 years, the human relationship with the steering wheel, with the pedals on the floor, with the dashboard, all of that goes out the window as they focus on everything else that happens in a car other than driving. And people ask the question, is this the same job? This is a question that's going to get asked a lot over the coming years as we automate more and more jobs out of existence, and we are automating tasks out of existence. And so a lot of the jobs are going to be slightly different, if not completely different than the way we were doing things in the past. See, we're a very backward-looking society. We're backward-looking because it's just human nature. We've all personally experienced the past. As we look around us, we see evidence of the past all around us. In fact, all information that we come into contact with is the written documentation is essentially history. And so we know a considerable amount about the past, but we don't know anything about the future. So it's almost as if we're walking backwards into the future. My job as a futurist is to help turn people around, to give them some idea of what the future might hold. So how does the future get created? Well, the future gets created in the minds of everybody around us. We all participate in creating the future. Certainly some of us have more influence than others. But people are making decisions today based on their understanding of what the future holds. So I use this phrase quite a bit: the future creates the present. This is just the opposite of what most people think. Most people think that what we're doing today is somehow going to create the future, but from a little different perspective. It's these images of the future that we hold in our head determine our actions today. So here's the most important part. If we change someone's vision of the future, we change the way they make decisions today. And as we go through this presentation, I'll help you change some of your vision of the future. And as a result, we'll see how many decisions get changed along the way. The main reason companies fail is that they miss the future. I happen to agree with this. This is Larry Page, the gentleman that was the founder of Google. So the future is being built on ideas far bigger and more amazing than anything in the past. This is a fascinating image of a rooftop swimming pool. I just want to know how people get in and out of that darn thing. We're going to start seeing space hotels in the future. Before the end of, before 2030, we'll have space hotels floating around the Earth. We're going to have underground tunneling systems, humanoid robots, tube transportation. We are reinventing life on planet Earth. And we're doing it in micro ways, and we're doing it in macro ways, and the whole world is shifting beneath our feet right now. Now, most people believe that the future would be this random set of unpredictable occurrences. That's really not true. Most aspects of the future can be predicted with a high degree of probability. So as an example, I can make a prediction that the building that you're in today is still going to be in place and standing 6 months from now. I can make that prediction with a high degree of probability. I can predict that the Earth will travel around the sun in roughly the same orbit 100 years from now. And I can predict that the laws of gravity will still be in effect 100 years from now, again, with a high degree of probability. that I can predict that we're still going to have the seasons, the spring, winter, summer, and fall 50 years from now. And in fact, if we put a handful of seeds into the ground, a certain percentage of those seeds will spring to life and start growing. In fact, we can actually have so many things that are certain about the future that we can plan a birthday party for a young child 2 weeks from now. And in that 2 weeks, we have great certainty that we can pull it off. So most of our future is being formed around this foundation of stable, slow-moving parts that are highly predictable. The areas of greatest uncertainty, though, are the natural systems and the human systems. Natural systems like weather, earthquakes, floods, animals, and human systems like technology, government, economy, energy, human behavior. So our ability to manage and direct both natural and human systems gives us the key to understanding our future. So if we can even get that just a couple % better, then we have an amazing advantage over other people about understanding the future. So let's take a look at digital twins. Digital twins are something that we're going to find out a lot more about in moving forward. In 2013, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Janis Burzek, he was a vice president of Fairchild Semiconductor, pulled together an event called the Trillion Sensor Summit. Now, in this event, he pulled this together at Stanford University. He brought in 250 attendees representing 100 different businesses in 40 different countries. And they put their heads together and they predicted that we would reach the first trillion sensors in the world roughly in 2024. And that by 2036, we'll have over 100 trillion sensors in the world. Now, what this means is that the sensors are becoming very tiny, very ubiquitous, very easy to mass produce, very inexpensive, and that we're going to start embedding sensors in the walls and sensors in our clothing. We'll start embedding sensors in our cars and all around us. In fact, these are sensors that were printed onto human skin. So the coming waves of sensors will spawn countless new data-driven industries, including digital twins and the Internet of Things and our emerging metaverse. Digital twins started as a way to model physical devices and structures, but has evolved into much more than that. So if as an example, we're putting sensors all over something like a front-end loader or a cruise ship or a turbine in a power plant, then that will give us the ability to manage these pieces of equipment from the other side of the world. We'll be able to monitor them from a long ways away. Now, as the technology evolves, we're not only going to be able to monitor the equipment from a long ways away, we'll also be able to control it remotely. And this has become known as remote robotics. Now, so digital twins has suddenly morphed into remote robotics. And a good example of this is the Da Vinci surgical machine, where the doctors can perform surgery on a patient that is not in the same room, literally on the other side of the world. We're seeing it show up in other pieces of equipment as well. John Deere recently introduced its driverless tractor. Again, able to control this machinery from a long ways away. So at what point will the operator no longer need to be in the vehicle? And how much longer will pilots still need to fly inside of airplanes? How long before digital twin technology is common with humans? And at what point can we use digital twins to map out what we're knowledgeable about and what areas we're still deficient in? How will we be able to read what we're competent about in our minds? And then how long before doctors can monitor somebody's health remotely through their digital twin? And here's where it gets interesting. How long before digital twins can see and hear through smart contacts or smart glasses and enable us to have perfect recall of everything we've experienced in the past? So the irrational human. This is my wife, Deb, and she is far from an irrational person. Deb and I were sitting on a beach one day, and we were eating sushi, and I asked her the question, would you rather have sushi that's prepared by a robot or sushi that's prepared by a human chef? And she thought about it for a while, and she decided that I would prefer to have things that are prepared by a human chef because I love the inconsistencies that go along with it. Now, for her, machines meant perfect consistency and perfectly prepared meals, and that was less appealing than the other option. So when it comes to automation, the marketplace will decide, and the market is not always logical. We still go to concerts, even though listening to pre-recorded music at home is safer and far more comfortable. We still go to museums, even though we can witness most of the images online without having to wait in lines and fight crowds. We still go to coffee shops, even though we can brew the same coffee at home for far less money. And the value of the experience almost always outweighs the incongruity of the decisions being made, because humans are simply not always logical. So will a robot's smile ever be as comforting as a mother's smile? If a robot tells you you're beautiful, will that ever mean as much as when your boyfriend or girlfriend says it? Robots don't sweat. They don't complain. They don't have to urinate, take breaks, get angry, or make mistakes. Machines are not designed to be cruel, insulting, lazy, violent, power-hungry, selfish, or stupid. However, humans come with a number of positive characteristics to offset the negative ones. We can also be friendly, helpful, charming, risk-taking, inspiring, bold, brilliant, humble, and forgiving. When it comes to designing machines to replace humans, we often forget how enormously complicated we are. We have a need to compete, a need to belong, a sense of purpose. We crave attention, love, importance, and the human touch. We must never forget the human touch. So will we buy music that's generated by machines or music produced by humans? Will we buy machine-made art, watch robo ballet, attend a car race with only driverless cars, or sit in a stadium to just watch robo athletes? In virtually all of these cases, we'll choose to do both. We'll also love some robots and hate others. We don't live in an either-or world. Rather, the human culture has grown up around us to be much more a both-and economy. Restaurant owners will use robots to gain efficiency. Artists will use robots to produce art, and musicians will learn to play with robots instead of against them. This brings us to the future of education. So an interesting question, how many Einsteins and Mozarts, genius-level people, are born in every million people? And then the logical questions that should follow is, can there be more, and should there be more? We're heading towards a far more AI-integrated world. Our future is being driven by endless troves of data, and the AI bots will assist us in the decisions we're making. But at the same time, the role of education is changing because it's no longer possible to predict what the educational needs of business will be in 4 to 5 years in the future. So the human race has this unwritten mandate to pass knowledge from one generation to the next. My apologies. I have one thing I need to shift here. There we go. So things are changing and we have to keep up, but libraries are not good enough. Colleges are not fast enough, and technology still has a poor interface for the human mind. But changes are happening very quickly, and so we're going to catch up as quick as we can. Our education system has been built around just-in-case learning, which ends up being a very poor fit for our just-in-time business world. Very little of what we learn in college ever gets put into practical use in today's business world. However, if we apply AI to teacher bots, the new games will become find the fastest way to teach students. And so this brings up a world driven by new skills, and we're just entering this, we're just on the edge of this right now. AI will be used to reverse engineer skill sets of every profession, mapping out the competencies one experience module at a time. So one of the new skills we're running into is the need for prompt engineering. This is the ability to break down complex AI directives into understandable pieces. Articulation is another great skill that we're going to have to learn. We'll have to, with articulation, we'll have to frame our ideas clearly and concisely, both in written and spoken form. Human-machine collaboration. As we work closely with machines, we'll need to understand their deficiencies and they'll need to understand ours. And we'll have to learn to work together. Ethical decision-making. We'll need to be able to weigh the benefits and risks to ensure that we can align our values together. Data literacy. We'll need to learn how to analyze data to identify bias that may be impacting the accuracy of these AI models. Creative reasoning. That's the ability to generate novel new ideas and think through and replicate for machines. Team collaboration skills. Yeah, we'll need the talent to work with people and machines simultaneously. We'll need to be able to adapt to changes quickly as they occur. Current skill disconnects will give rise to a whole new breed of assessment bots, coach bots, and teacher bots. Our early stage coach bots and teacher bots, they will look a lot like a pair of smart glasses to see what we're seeing and to hear what we're hearing. They will also have sensors to feel, touch, smell, and taste everything we're experiencing. They will coach us through a conversational interface as well as visually through other mnemonic means. So when I talk about these AI bots, I think in terms of 4 different bots: the buddy bot, the assessment bot, the coach bot, and the teacher bot. I think of these as separate bots, but they're all built into one device, which will be a pair of smart glasses, and we'll work with them. They'll be blended together as we work with them. So the AI buddy bot will develop a friendly rapport with us. We'll talk back and forth to it. It's something that will enter our lives. It'll become our friend. It'll be responding to positive exchanges filled with jokes and happiness and excitement, as well as negative exchanges filled with frustration and anger. The buddy bot will be our personal buddy, our best friend, that person that we can tell our most intimate secrets to, that we can confide in and share our hopes and dreams. It'll be our personal therapist, our cheerleader, our protector, the guardian of privacy, and our conversational coach, able to finish our sentences for us. It'll be the friend we always wished we had, the source of unlimited information, and our single most valuable possession. See, the average person is consuming information over 12 hours every day. But we currently have no way of monitoring the salient pieces of wisdom being added to our working memory. So the assessment bot will be able to assess what skills and ability we currently have, and will know when we've completed a learning experience and be able to assess how much was learned and award microcredits as a result. It looks like, there we go. The AI coach bot will know where our passions lie, what topics we're interested in, what our objectives are, and what success looks like to us. The AI coach bot will understand our situation, help clarify our goals, and suggest ways for us to make good decisions. It'll step us through the options and then support our decisions. So whenever there's a skill deficiency or even an unmet curiosity, the teacher bot will step in and suggest possible solutions. The teacher bot will know when to schedule the training, what prerequisites are needed, what's sinking in, what isn't, and when we've met our objectives. This gives rise to this equivalency scale. So if somebody reads 1,000 books, is that the equivalent of a college degree? If somebody watches 1,000 movies, is that the equivalent of a college degree? Or if they listen to a couple thousand hours of podcasts? The right answer for that, well, it depends on the quality of the books, the movies, and the podcasts. But we have no equivalency scale to actually measure it against. Devising a new way of measuring the entire scope of humans' unique competencies is long overdue. So in the process of doing this, and somebody will do this relatively shortly, within the next decade for sure, we will be rewriting the rules for achievement. And as we do this, we're going to start gamifying this with microcredits. Microcredits, I always think of 100 microcredits will equal 1 college credit. And this will help credential everyday learning that's happening in the average person's life. So as an example, if you read a book and you take an assessment, you might get 14.3 microcredits. If you watch a movie or listen to a podcast, maybe you get 2.6 microcredits. If you take an online course, participate in a public forum, listen to TED Talks, watch documentaries, all of these things have some educational value to them. So as we go through this, we start to create achievement levels that will be far beyond a PhD. In fact, I think we're probably going to create 200 or 300 new levels above PhDs, where the top level might be some Category 5 black belt PhD that only two people in the world have actually achieved. This will set the stage for accomplishment-based education. So unlike apprenticeships, virtually none of the effort going into achieving a college degree produces anything instantly noteworthy. So however, many achievements happen that are the equivalent of a college degree. So as an example, if you would like to write a book, sometime in the future, you can have a coach bot that will actually coach you through the whole process of writing a book. And as you create this outline for the book, it'll coach you through creating the story arc and developing the characters, the plot line, and then creating a notable ending for it. And when you're finished, then you will have a notable accomplishment. You can publish the book and you can show your friends. And so that's the idea of accomplishment-based education. The same is true as if you have an online coach bot that's actually coaching you how to design your own video game. It'll step you through the process of working with each of the tools necessary, and then you can design a video game. And by the time you're done, you've have something you've accomplished, something you can show your friends. And there's lots of other areas we can apply this to. We could use it for inventing a product, or producing a documentary series, or launching a new business. or founding a movement, or producing a podcast series, or just simply becoming an expert on some topic, we can have a coach bot that steps us through the entire process of getting there. So proficiency comes from doing, and every accomplishment will be assessed to ensure the true mastery of the skill. When a conventional interface, with a conventional interface, AIs will learn every student's proclivities, their interests, their idiosyncrasies, and how to keep them engaged in learning, even in the face of distractions. And we have lots of distractions in the world. AI will quickly learn what skills we're proficient in, what skills we're deficient in, and what's needed to bring us up to speed. So throughout this learning curve, individual learning will become far faster and scale faster than anything we've dreamed of in the past. So completing the equivalency of a 4-year college degree in one to 2 months is entirely possible with this new form of AI learning. As always, the advantage goes to those who are most prepared for jobs that currently don't exist, using technology that hasn't been invented yet to solve problems that we don't even know are problems yet. So colleges are in the midst of a major transition. So we're setting our sights on a new set of skills for the colleges in the future. So what skills are important in the future that don't exist today? And we're going to be asking these questions again and again and again moving forward. Future colleges will need to focus on their own unique value proposition. They'll need to focus on learning that can't happen on an individual basis. One of these is collaborative learning, which involves teamwork, sharing ideas, working towards common goals, solving group problems, and leadership skills. Experiential learning, hands-on coaching, studying abroad, internships, research projects, and service learning programs. Coaching and mentorship, one-on-one meetings, academic advising, personalized guidance, listening and supporting skills. Diversity and cultural awareness, campus events and classroom discussions that allow students to experience different cultures firsthand. This will all be part of the colleges of the future as we continue to evolve. Next generation colleges will be all about making one-on-one connections. And this is important to think in this new way. Competing in a networked world, the key to competitive advantage is no longer the sum of all efficiencies, but the sum of all connections. Staying connected will be very important. In what ways will a superior education system make people different in the future? The future is ours to create. We're entering a world that will require higher caliber people, and it's preposterous for us to think that our existing systems can start producing better results. Each of us has only one body, one mind, one life. Whatever we do to increase our capabilities to make us more valuable on the world stage, we need to do that. With the help of AI, people in the future will view themselves as being in a constant state of improvement. Over the coming decades, we'll become exponentially more fixable, more trainable, repairable, improvable, and even reinventable. It will no longer be about who we are today, but who we have the potential to become. People in the future will become exponentially more capable, meaning they will strive for exponentially greater accomplishments. So it's easy to imagine one person's accomplishment over their lifetime being 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times greater than anything possible today. When it comes to education, we have met the enemy, and it is us. Ironically, we need to step aside so AI and automation can help us unlock the person we were truly meant to be. And universities of the future will play a critical role in making this happen. So we're entering a period of unprecedented opportunity. So why is this so important? Because humanity is going to change more in the next 20 years than in all human history. At the same time, our risk factors will increase exponentially, and our children's children who haven't even been born yet are depending on you. They're depending on the people that are sitting in this room today to make great decisions moving forward. As Steve Jobs says, right now is one of those moments when you are influencing the future. But a lot of times our best efforts just look a lot like this. Yeah, pretty much just like that. So any of you that are interested in my latest book, Epiphany Z, it's available in Korean and in Chinese. We have a new course out called Future Like a Boss. It's how to think like a futurist. Go to futurelikeaboss.com. We also produce the Futurati podcast, Trent Fowler and I do, futuratipodcast.com. And if you'd like more information, just go to davinciinstitute.com or just send me an email and I'll be glad to add you to our newsletter list. I thank you very much and I apologize again for being late this morning. I wish you the best moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas, for sharing your valuable insights and for the inspirational presentation. Listening to your presentation, I became more optimistic about my two sons. Thank you very much. So we're going to have questions, probably two or so. So with the first question coming is going to be from the president of Ajou University. So President Choi, would you ask the question, please?
Thomas, thank you very much for joining our 50th anniversary. But
Well, thank you.
frankly speaking, I was at a loss what to do. You never showed up. This time is coming, so I know what to do. So I'm very sorry to wake you up in this early morning, but let me say briefly in Korean. 좀 전에 제가 이 축사를 할 때 굉장히
When I was doing
당황하는
the
모습을 막 굉장히
congratulatory
빨리
speech,
읽었죠, 제가.
you probably
오프닝이 막.
read that I was super nervous.
연결이 잘 안 되는
We
거예요.
hadn't,
그래가지고 이
we couldn't get a
presentation은
hold of him before
because
the
we
presentation.
haven't connected in a smooth manner. Just I was trying to be an analog twin, not digital twin, assuming that I have to cover this lecture on behalf of you. 제가 진짜 해야 된다고 느꼈어요.
I was thinking that I would have to do this lecture, and I was really looking through your materials quickly.
You came to a point, and then you covered the whole lecture. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thank you, and my apologies. Isn't technology wonderful, huh?
No, I don't mean to have you say sorry, but it's our honor to have you, and I will make a visit to you to say hello and to express my gratitude sometime later. Once again, please make a big applause for Thomas Bray.
Well, thank you.
근데 정말 살면서 이런 경우도 있구나 하는 걸 제가 느꼈습니다. 그래서 제가 진짜
This is
하려고
the first
했어요. 잘
time
모르죠. 몇 번
that I experienced
봤으니까.
this, and I already watched his lecture a few times. I really tried to do it myself.
Right now,
but anyway,
because we have to let you sleep, I am on behalf of all audience, 1,000 people, I will make one question. As AI substitute the human jobs more and more, maybe students in this auditorium may have more difficulties in the future to getting a job. Okay? So even though it is one question, I can subdivide it in two. What kind of job do they have to pursue to make a living? That's first question, because that could be very interesting, not only for us, for the, And the other one is, it's belongs to me and as a CEO of universities, considering these changes, what should I do? I mean, I know sometime you mentioned university will fade away. And I don't know whether you say that or not, but I think just the conventional role of university should be abolished and the new paradigms should come into play. So what should I do is my second sub-question. And what kind of job do they have to pursue? That's first question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That's some very good questions there. So as a human, you know, I have things that bother me. I have my stomach ache, or I have my head hurts, or my muscles in my arm are sore because of things that are going on around me. These are things that machines can't relate to. They don't understand the essence of being human. So they also don't understand how we place different values on the things around us. This table is more valuable than this lamp over here. And so it works best if the machines, the AI and the automation, works as a tool that we can leverage ourselves. So the humans need to know how to interface back and forth with the machines, and what the limitations are of the machines, and where we need to step in to help them do better things. Now, as we are able to leverage the power of machines and AI and automation, as we are able to leverage these tools around us, then the extent of human accomplishment is so much greater. It can be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times greater accomplishments in our lives based on a person that can actually command this orchestra of machines that are around them. So this is kind of the world that we're moving into. There'll be many different baby steps moving into that world. We're changing this dynamic. We're changing the world around us, and we need to move into this future leveraging the power of these machines in the best way possible. And lots of things are going to go wrong along the way. And that's where we have a lot of people that are frightened in the background because of this. I think that this is a golden opportunity, though. But we need to step up to the plate. We need to be very adaptable. We need to challenge our old assumptions and be willing to do whatever it takes to do the tasks that are necessary moving forward. I wish I had a better way of answering that. And virtually every task that you think about, you're going to say, well, I think we could actually automate that out of existence sometime in the future as well. Possibly, but we're going to run into lots of hard barriers. We're going to see things that we don't understand right now. And a lot of these things involve problems that are much harder to solve than we first imagined. I hope that gives a little insight. But along the way, we're going to be, one of the things that we'll have to do is learn, just learn the vocabulary of every profession. Every profession uses a different set of words, and just understanding that vocabulary is very important. So those are some of the other challenges in our learning as well.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And we're going to have one more question, if it is okay to still keep you awake.
Okay.
Okay, so let us have a question from the audience. Could you please raise your hand if you have a question to Thomas Frey? Okay. Please, student over there with a pair of glasses, the green shirt. Thank you.
So while listening to your presentation, it was very impressive. The question that I would like to ask you is that there are so many changes so often and so frequently. So I think we have to focus more on the attitude toward changes and challenges. So when I read the book called Who Moved My Cheese, actually that cheese keeps changing. However, depending on the character, the process of finding and seeking cheese was different. And in case of the Netflix, they were quite convinced that with the rule of Moore, and they were quite convinced that the streaming era will be just around the corner. So that's the reason why Netflix could achieve such remarkable success. So in this era of great transition, what kind of attitude toward changes and challenges that we have to be armed with?
Thank you to Boss Frey, and I would like to translate her questions into English. She's asking that in such a various changes that we are facing, what kind of attitudes that audience and students or every people should have on behalf of such a dynamic society?
Yeah, we're playing a role where we are the users of the tools, where we complement the technology and the technology complements us. The people will still need to own the businesses. They'll need to direct the effort. We're the ones that will devise the next generation overarching strategies. We'll need to take command and manage things moving forward. We humans will need to lead the effort and to monitor the economics of making something happen. So in each of these cases, we can again, once we look at the technology, we can add a technology piece for doing most of it. But there's little pieces where the humans will come in and say that this is how the effort needs to be directed. This is where things are not going right. We need to shift gears and go this direction as opposed to that direction. And then the overarching accomplishment will hold little meaning to the machine itself. Machines aren't ones to take initiatives. Machines don't just spontaneously do things on their own. That's an effort that has to be directed by people. And so I think that everybody in this room, I think, has a rich history moving forward, and it's going to take much longer to achieve a lot of these things that we intuitively know are coming sometime in the future. But the problems involved that we have to solve along the way are much deeper than we initially think. And so I wish you the best moving forward. And again, congratulations on celebrating the 50th anniversary. And I thank you very much for having me here today. Thank you.
Okay, we really wish to talk with you more, but not only we have time constraints, but since you are not machine, you are human. We're gonna have to let you go to bed. So thank you so much for being with us today again. So give him a round of applause. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now our first session is over. We're going to have a short break, 10-minute intermission while we're preparing for the next session. So we'll be right back in 10 minutes. Thank you. 하나 둘 예 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋 셋 하나 둘.
자, 저희 아주 인터내셔널 컨퍼런스의 세션 2를
Ladies and
시작할
gentlemen, we're going
예정이오니
to start session 2 of Ajou International
관객분들께서는 착석해
Conference.
주시기
We ask
바랍니다.
everyone outside to come back into the auditorium. Please be seated.
자, 이제 세션 2 시작할 시간입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen,
관객분들께서는
our 10 minutes is up. We would like to start session 2.
진행해 주시면
Please come back into the auditorium and be seated. We'll be starting shortly.
Okay, the second session is about to begin. Please be seated. Okay. Okay, please be seated. We're going to begin the second session now. Before we go in listening to the keynote speeches, we have one more distinguished guest and have congratulatory message to Ajou University. He is director from one of the most renowned research institute in Korea, KISTEP. So we're going to hear his message. 오늘 또 다른 귀빈 한 분께서 자리를 함께 해주셨습니다.
Yes, we have another distinguished guest.
과기정통부 차관을 지내셨고
he was the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology, and he's currently the President of KISTEP. He has come to congratulate us on our 50th anniversary. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
잠깐 행사만 참석하려고 했는데 또
I just wanted to attend the conference, but thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about my opinions. I would like to congratulate your 50th anniversary. I remember President Choi, and we've been always meeting each other while talking through policymaking, and he invited me, and of course I attended with fervent interest. And I heard that your 50th anniversary is focusing on the theme of AI, and AI will be at the center of the next 50 years from now on. I totally agree that this is very important. While I've been working on the Ministry of Science and Technology, I've always been thinking about the future, and I'm also a president of one of the institutes about technology. So, and this is pretty much at the center of planning for the future. So I know that there are a lot of roles and expectations that we have for universities, and AI will become something that is very generalized, used in all areas of our life. And ChatGPT is one of the shocking innovations that if you've ever used it before, how are we going to use these new technologies in analyzing and researching from now on is also one of the concerns and interests of mine at the moment. Natural language processing and AI will probably be at a pivotal point of creating exponential growth and change at the moment. If you are able to capture that opportunity, as Dr. Frey just said, it will let you accomplish 1,000 times more than what you could have done. So I think it's really important to listen to these lectures because of that. And natural language processing. After this, what is the direction that we're going for? What kind of future are we designing at the moment? Thinking about how to ask questions creatively, those kind of very fundamental questions is probably what we have to focus on. I think universities play a very fundamental role in asking and tackling these fundamental questions and issues from now on. And I know when you graduate, you might be interested in coming to institutes as mine and also contributing to the research. And I think that I have high expectations for seeing the future that you're going to render. So once again, congratulations on your 50th anniversary, and I am very sure that Ajou University will become a leader in this global world, especially you. Thank you very much.
축사 말씀 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for your congratulatory speech.
We're going to begin our discussions in the second sessions. We have 4 distinguished speakers, and please allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker, President Ki-Ju Choi of Ajou University. President Choi is a renowned engineer and a professor in the Department of Transportation System Engineering here in Ajou University. His research interests are travel demand forecasting, transportation systems analysis and planning, transportation network modeling, traffic information and insight ITS, and sustainable transportation with TOD. President Choi joined Ajou University as a faculty in 1994 and had been deeply involved in Korea's transport-related works, not only as professor but as a chair of MTC. MTC is abbreviated word for Metropolitan Transport Commission of Korea government from 2019 to 2021. He also served as a chairman of the Korean PRC, World Road Association, from 2015 to 2019, and widely known as both scholar and administrator around the world. Today, he will give us a keynote speech on the theme of future of education and Ajouism. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
네, 감사드립니다. 시간이 많지 않아서
Because of time constraints, I was dedicated about 10 minutes, and I think maybe I would like to reduce that time as much as possible. I'm not going to really say something as a keynote speech. It's more of like a summary to what Thomas Frey said.
So my presentation is, I would like to say it's a summary rather than keynote. So it consists of two parts. One is a recap, and the other is way ahead. I have encountered so many words out of his presentation, including body, decision, collaboration, machine, data, and AI, and future, prediction, you name it. So future, the interesting thing is being created in the minds of people all around us. So once you think, it's half done. I think so thinking is very important. So that's why it is a kind of a big theme for me to ask for my students, especially in Ajou University. Ideas far bigger and far more amazing. All those phrases are I borrowed from his presentation. It's not from me. So while pinpointing this, you have to think in a big way. That is his crucial message. And while pointing out those, he mentioned future and behavior. Behavior is very important. I think it's very important to not assume, but predict or make a guess how people behave. There is a money in that point. I think it's also very important to make a connection with other people. We have to understand other people, how they behave. That's why I would like to say all the Nobel laureate from economical sciences since 2000 is coming from behavioral economics. So behavior is very important. So those I made a summary. People are irrational. Bounded rationality is a tool to explain how people can behave. Even though we have a full information, we are not using it in a complete manner. It's irrational. So under those kind of uncertainty and irrational mechanism, how to predict the people's behavior is a very important thing, even in economics, transportation. I think selection choices is very important in transportation arena as well. Mode choice, destination choice, departure time choice to get there. So all those kind of choices comes down to the issue of rationality, irrationality, and behavior things. He also mentioned future education is AI driven. The role of education is changing. He mentioned just-in-case learning should be transformed into just-in-time business world. He also mentioned equivalency scale. So writing a book could be a bachelor's degree in some sense. So I don't know whether the Ajou University, have to come up with such an idea. Even though somebody who wrote an excellent book can be an alumni of Ajou University. Everything is game in life. Gamifying education with microcredit. He mentioned various things talking about the accomplishment-based education. Future colleges and universities should be equipped with those kind of 4 paradigms, collaborative learning. How we can perform those kind of collaborative learning? Silo effects, barriers. Do you think we can completely get rid of those? I don't think so. We have to respect those barriers. The more you are professional, the higher the barrier is. It's true. So my idea is, instead of abolishing those barriers, how about making a window so that people can communicate? I think that's a more easier way. That's what I'm trying to do in Ajou University as a president. Experiential learning, coaching and mentorship, diversity, cultural awareness. I like this idea. When it comes to education, we have met enemy. It is us. That is completely true. I think everybody should change. I think we have to respect students. Why? They already knows more than I know. Many people talked about 초격차, big differences, right? Like a Samsung case and other companies. But I would like to say 초역전. I think we have to learn from our, grandson. With ChatGPT and other tools, I think they are even more superior in some sense. That is why we have to make a platform for bilaterally learning for those kind of things is possible. So we have to respect everybody. Students should not be despised. I think recapping first, if university change vision, I think personally university should exist, still should exist. If we, Ajou University, change visions, their decision could be changeable. Part two is, how can I, based on what he talked, how can I administer or implement Ajouism, Ajoudaum? I think it's a pity for a student who made a couple of mistakes and instead of entering Seoul National University to come over to Ajou University. I think what they have in mind, probably not even now, some of you might think about Jesu. Trying again please don't do that. If you think that is the answer, I think we can make a room. We can make you overcome such kind of, chasm or delta. You are different. You have some other things inside your body and mind. So we'll make that to be implemented after 20 years. How? I think many people say Ajou University alumni is docile, diligent. But we have to be equipped with different values, guts, difference, mindset to collaboration, proactive, humble, okay? And physical strength as well. What you need is capability and creativity. That's very important. First, necessary condition, but it's not sufficient enough. Empathy, okay? Empathy, what is empathy? It's a capacity to replace yourself in another position. Good feeling, goodwill, also important. Collaboration and communication. Trust. A man who cannot trust cannot be trusted. That is true. 신뢰하지 않는 사람은 신뢰받을 수 없습니다. 소통 중요합니다.
Communication is very important, and
호감
trust is also
중요합니다.
important. Also,
공감
having good
중요합니다.
feeling,
실력도
empathy, and capability and creativity are all values are very important.
I think we have to respect. I have especially staff, together with me, should respect and recognize very important assets of Ajou University, student faculties. 존중하겠습니다. 여러 훌륭한 교수님들이 너무 많으십니다.
We have amazing faculty.
Adaptation and fusion also important. We have 4 industry cooperation areas and convergence. Ajou facility changes are needed, as I talked in the earlier this afternoon. IP, intellectual property, incubation, innovation, together with innovation, those are also very important. I think those will be the main sources of money in the future for the university. For example, Massachusetts General Hospital earns $0.4 billion a year. That's not from clinical surgery or something. With Communities One, Campus Innovation Park is on the way, and ABC, AI, bio, and semiconductor, those will be the main stream of engineering and collaborative research areas. Community, Gyeonggi, regional economy, we have to be a soldier for implementing those. Life education also important. Full cycle, community, cooperation, public sector money. Online education is still fine. 수강 신청이 다 마감됐다고 더 이상 들을 수 없는 것은 안 됩니다. 온라인, 오프라인 섞어서
Online and
다 들을 수 있게
offline
해줘야
could
된다고
become
생각합니다.
hybrid classes. We want to
Global
provide the
campus,
best
we have AUT
opportunities as
and
much as
more.
possible.
Foreign student admission and yield, 등록률, 입학률, 좋은 학생들 데리고 와야 되고요.
We have to bring
English class
quality
increase,
students.
exchange, international research network of the professors. Those are main things, tasks that we have to tackle in the future based on the comments and the lessons from Thomas Ray. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Che. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next speech. The second keynote speaker is Dr. Ling San, Acting President from Nanyang Technological University. It is my great honor to introduce Dr. Ling San. Dr. Ling San is Deputy President and Provost and currently serving as Acting President at NTU Singapore. Professor Ling San's research interests are in applications of algebra and number theory to combinatorial designs, coding theory, cryptography, and sequences. Just by reading this makes me my headache already. I'm sorry. So currently President's Chair in Mathematical Sciences, he joined NTU in 2005 as the founding head of the Division of Mathematical Sciences in the School of Physical and Mathematical Sciences. President Ling San serves concurrently as the Chief Scientific Advisor for National Research Foundation, Singapore. He is also a member of Committee of Government Scientific Advisors, Singapore. Please welcome him to deliver this second keynote speech.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. And once again, I want to thank President Che and Ajou University for this kind invitation. So what I'm going to just share with you very briefly is the story of NTU Singapore. This afternoon we heard a lot about how the world is changing and how education is going to be changed. So I'll just share with you briefly how we are trying to do our little steps in response to these changes. Well, I don't need to go through this slide. We all know the world is really becoming a lot more complex and uncertain, volatile, and so on. All we need to look at was the pandemic, and how it has completely turned the world upside down. Well, that is not a special instance. That's going to be the norm. And so the question is, how are we going to respond to it? Well, from the pandemic itself, we have learned that actually what is very important is whatever solutions, whatever response we have towards be it a crisis, be it a new situation, it had better be coordinated and integrated. Otherwise, if different parts of the whole system are doing things on their own, the solutions are going to clash. And it needs to be agile and swift, especially in a pandemic. We cannot wait for a year or 2 or 3 for a vaccine to be invented. We needed to respond very, very swiftly. And as the situation evolved, our measures against the pandemic needed to also keep up and change. But finally, needs to be resilient and sustainable. We do not want to solve one problem by creating a much longer-term issue for mankind. So these are the kind of skills that will be required of the future, of the graduate of the future. Whatever you do, you need to coordinate and integrate it with the larger system. You need to be swift, agile, and you need to also make sure that whatever solution you come up with to solve the world's problem, it is sustainable and you don't create problems for the next generation. So it was with this in mind that in 2020, when we were planning our 5-year plan at NTU Singapore, we decided that, okay, we will use this kind of ideas to guide what we are going to do in education, research, and innovation. Well, innovation, so traditionally universities were focused on research and education, but increasingly innovation is going to be very important because that's how the knowledge created will translate into the real world. So for education, our decision is that we want to train future-ready, lifelong learners. When you graduate from college, it's not the end of your learning. In fact, it is just the beginning. And you will have to keep learning for life. So you better pick up the skills of how to keep learning throughout your life. We also want to make sure that our education is guided by what we call the 3 C's. Well, character is basic. Without character, no matter how intelligent you are, we are a failure. Competence is basic. You need to have competence in order to translate your knowledge to the real world. But what is new was this 3rd C, cognitive agility. What is that? It's the ability to keep moving to your mindset, to face new situation, to pick up the right skills as the situation evolves. So if you like, it is the kind of nimbleness of the mind that will allow you to pivot from one sector of the economy to another, that will allow you to move from one discipline of studies to another. That kind of agility we are talking about. And then for research, we decided that we want to take on the global challenges. We want to make sure that on top of that, it's closely integrated with our education. So there's no Berlin Wall between research and education. But finally, for innovation, we want to emphasize that it's important to translate your knowledge to the real world. It's important to create impact on society, on mankind, through your innovation. And one of the ways would be actually to foster even more entrepreneurship. So that guides our 5-year plan. And that's what this slide that you see here basically summarizes the key aspects. So for example, accelerating impact, transforming learning, strengthening interdisciplinarity, and transforming innovation and so on. Now, let me just share very, very quickly what we do in education. ICC, very different from the ICC of Professor Chair's slide. is interdisciplinary collaborative core. This was something that we introduced for all freshmen who entered in the fall of 2021. It's about 20% of the whole curriculum of each student. Even the medical school student has to do it. And this curriculum comprises a number of courses, each of which is interdisciplinary. So an example, sustainability, right? And in the design of it, we brought together about 10 or 15 professors from different departments of the universities, and they started to design the course together. They developed the whole course, and then they co-deliver the whole course together. And the students sit in the small classes of about 25 to 30 of each. They come from all kinds of different majors. They do projects together with students from different majors. So the whole experience is very interdisciplinary. That's how real life is like. You have to work with people from different disciplines. So that's how this whole curriculum is designed. We will hopefully see the fruits of this labor translating into graduates of tomorrow a few years from now. We just started in 2021. Experiential and collaborative learning you saw in Professor Chair's presentation as well. This is very important. So we have made compulsory internship, or we have made internship compulsory for everyone. Even the philosophy student, you spend 1 semester in the industry. Even a history student, you spend 1 semester. Overseas exposure before COVID, about 2/3 of our students would have some overseas experience. Well, COVID put a dampener to that. We hope to grow back. And then research experience, I already told you, we want students to do research, work with the research labs, entrepreneurship, and leadership development opportunities. Now, that's education. In order to enable all this to happen, we need expertise. So we started a new institute called INSPIRE, Institute for Pedagogical Innovation, Research, and Excellence. What does it do? It does quite a few things. It prepares young university professors in terms of teaching. So it offers courses to teach them how to teach. It continually improves the kind of pedagogy through authentic learning and assessment by working with industry. Well, technology-enhanced learning is nothing new. We use a lot of technology now in teaching, but the good thing is through the investment that we made, for example, allowed us to pivot to fully online learning and teaching during COVID within 2 weeks, without serious problem. Now, the 2 bottom initiatives are the latest kids on the block. Atlas is about learning analytics. How to use data, how to use data science to help each individual learn better and to allow each professor to teach better. So that's one big project. And then we heard so much about ChatGPT already, and in fact, just this week, there's more than ChatGPT now, right? There is Sense Nova, there is, what is it? 通义千问, right? From Alibaba and so on. There's so many of these. They're not going to go away. We have decided we're not going to ban the use of such tools, but INSPIRE is coming up with a lot of help for the professors and the students on how to use such tools responsibly, how to use it wisely. So that's for education. Finally, for education, the lifelong learning, we are going into big time for that, and we allow the adult learner to stack up their credentials. So you can just keep taking courses until you accumulate, let's say, to a master's. Okay, let me also just talk very briefly about research. We have created a whole number of institutes over the past 10 years to cut across disciplinary boundaries so that the computer scientists will work together with the biologists, who will work with the sociologists, for example, on aging and so on. I think and on aging and so on. So each of these will be very big, encompassing themes that will allow different researchers and students to come together to do research. We work very closely with industries. What you see here is a whole suite of local and international industries. What I have not shown on this slide is, for example, Hyundai has set up a factory in Singapore to produce electric vehicles. And they are a few kilometers from our campus, so naturally they started working with us on using 3D printing and AI to help them produce electric vehicles more efficiently. We also work with quite a number of overseas universities through a scheme that Singapore government has that brings the research campuses of these universities to Singapore on, again, very interesting themes where we have complementary strengths. Well, innovation. We cannot stop at just research. We have to translate that impact. So for our 5-year plan, we have come up with a 5-year roadmap on innovation and entrepreneurship. On the education side, students get a lot of opportunities to acquire these skills. They can spend up to 1 year in an overseas startup to learn how to do startups. They can take up some courses to learn about entrepreneurship. Whereas on the tech transfer side, we have this company, a subsidiary company called Intuitive, that's helping to translate the technology, but at the same time, they also help to incubate, they also try to build up the whole ecosystem. So this is what we are doing to help us become better at innovation. We recognize that we are not really doing enough there. Well, in order to do all these, we need 3 enablers. The first is infrastructure. That's so key. So over the past 10 years, we embarked on a very big campus master plan. We started to build quite a number of new buildings. But more than just new buildings, I don't know whether you can see on this photo, somehow all the rooftops are blue, and that's because we are test bedding solar panels. So we have a lot of research in solar energy and also batteries. And so what we have done is we cover the whole campus buildings with this as test bedding. Well, talent attraction and development will be key. You can have all the money, you can have all the buildings. Without humans, you can't achieve anything. Top professors, top students, top administrators, you need them all in order for a university to succeed. And so we invested a lot on this. Last but not least, something that we often forget, well-being. If we have top talent, but mentally they are in deep trouble, then you have very serious problem. So we invested as part of our 5-year plan on well-being. We set up a university well-being office that rolls out programs to help students and faculty and staff understand how to take care of themselves. In fact, one such course that I mentioned in ICC is precisely on well-being, for students to understand what you do physically and emotionally affects your well-being, so that hopefully they learn the basics of taking care of themselves. So these are the key enablers that we have decided to put in place. So with that, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and also thank you very much for sharing the stories of NTU, Dr. Ling Sen. So the next speech will be by Dr. Won-Ha Hong, President of Gyeongbuk National University. Okay, so Dr. Hong is a professor in the Department of Architectural, Civil and Environmental and Energy Engineering. His research interests are urban environment, disaster management, and energy. Not only as an active researcher, but also President Hong actively involved with leadership role as he served as chairman of the Korean Council for University Education. Also, President Hong is a member of National Education Commission of Korea and National Advanced Strategic Industry Commission in the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy, Korea. The topic of his keynote presentation is the future and innovation of Korean universities. Please welcome President Hong with a round of applause.
예, 토마스 미래학자의 강연을 들으시고 머리가 많이 아프시죠?
I know that I probably got a lot of headaches listening to the very long keynotes. I would like to keep mine short as much as possible. I wanted to congratulate your 50th anniversary, and we'll probably see today's students here and on the next alumni and anniversaries as saying hello and like these are my accomplishments. Right now, I've been talking a lot with President Choi and talking about how can we further develop Korean universities in the next 10 years, 20 years, when the birth rate is dropping like this. What kind of future can we ensure them is something that is always on our mind. In Daegu, considering Daegu is where my university, do you know where Daegu is? It only takes 1 hour and 40 minutes by KTX. So a lot of the youngsters nowadays really value work-life balance, and it's not that. I think maybe that was like values and trending about 2-3 years ago. MZ generations right now say that they want to be in Gangnam right now, like after work. So being located very near of Seoul. So going to Gangnam from here versus from Daegu, Ajou is closer, right? So you don't have to worry about which university is better. So I would like to categorize four categories for you. So it's like in Seoul, not in Seoul, and then the army. So Ajou University is in Seoul. Or is it a more provincial kind of university? So army. The army is probably more of those kind of fourth category that no one wants to go to. So living in this kind of times, what kind of message could I effectively use the short time that I'm dedicated with? I wanted to make an impact with my speech and with my lecture. I wanted to ask, know what kind of people you are. I've been the president of my university for the past 3 years, and having leadership is more valuable than any kind. So allowing you to have leadership and ownership over your own lives is the most important thing that I need to provide, and I think that's why you're here today at this conference. I would like to go through the slides that I prepared about introducing you to Gyeongbuk University. And higher education was not only learning new things and contributing to the society, and that's how universities were developing in the past. But learning now has changed. You have to do it yourself. And as the futurist Thomas Frey just said, and other Nobel winners, you can access these people follow the trend, get access to these experts. And even if you're not majoring in engineering or in data science, it's okay. You can still access this. You can still learn with the trend. What is important is also collaborating with community. So think about Suwon City. How can Ajou University collaborate with the community here in Suwon and create jobs here and really further the community here is one of the most important values. So a lot of these changes are impacting our universities nowadays. And right now, our Gyeongbuk University, we are currently doing a RISE project, which collaborates with 23 universities at the moment. So it's a huge project. And about 68 billion, the budget is currently invested to revive community colleges and universities at the moment. What is Gyeongbuk University currently doing? I could maybe break it down for you. So we have about 5,000 new students entering, and maybe a few of them want to change their major. And I don't want them to maybe quit this university or quit their major. We have given them access to change their major or transition into a different major very quickly. So here you can see convergence, new technology, and whether you are on natural science or in liberal arts, you could actually major into these. And right now we have 4 kind of convergence majors at the moment, but this could probably become many more, so 10, 20 in the future. How many majors do we have? Departments we have? We have about 104 at the moment. So 110 majors at the moment, and yes, this does include medical. You can't really go to medical or educational. So if the major is needed to go to a national license or a national exam, but all the other majors are something that you can transition to. And I wanted you, Ajou University, to also try these new things out. So right now, President Choi was also appointed as the THE 13th person, and they have been awarded 13th place. So what kind of contribution, what kind of role, and what kind of jobs have you created for the community, for the world? And I think, so he was appointed as number 1 in Korea and 13th in the world. And right now, I too really dedicating a lot of resources to come within this ranks. So Gyeongbuk University is currently paying about 11 billion in electricity bills at the moment. We are generating our own, looking into ways of how we can generate our own electricity and be self-sufficient. And in order to create that kind of infrastructure, you need about 2 trillion Korean won. And I'm looking for how can we come up with this money. And I found the source. So BTO is something that we could actually utilize to bring this in. So I'll share this kind of information with the president later on and with the faculty members. So how can we contribute to the community, research, and also education? How can we collaborate in these 3 areas is something that is very vital. And as we are entering the era of convergence, we are currently collaborating in so many areas, including Seoul National University. We have 10 total universities at the moment. So it started from 2 subjects, but now we have 5 subjects that are currently shared amongst these universities. That means that you have access to 50 subjects. You can go to any of these universities and get credits and listen to different kind of professors. And we don't want to be just limited to Gyeongbuk. Right now we have these national universities to create smart mobility kind of department. So this is a part of RS, which is a collaborative project amongst the different kind of communities and provinces. Recently, Gyeongbuk and Busan University have converged data science to do credit exchange. These are the different directions that will be pursued in the future when it comes to our curriculums and universities. I think this might be good news for you. The innovation park, right, at the campus. We also applied for this, and we were not granted with our proposals. They said that we didn't have enough activities to pursue this. So within our large campus group, we have like a baseball or a soccer kind of field, and it seems like students that want to be athletic and participate in this. There are not many students that are playing, and even maintenance takes a lot of money. So we could probably, we already have a baseball club. Those students, supporting them so that they can play baseball with the best infra, having like a 17-story high-rise innovation park in order to do this was one of the proposals that we had applied for 2 years ago and was also approved. This means that indoor activities could be done with these high-tech and best facilities, and also providing like an incubator space for startups and students that want to. And we also dedicated it into 3 categories so that we can cater to the needs of young entrepreneurs. So TH rank number 1 means that just the university cannot really accomplish becoming ranking 1. This needs the support of the government and the community, and we also need financing. So Hyundai Electrics is currently we were collaborating with them and I'm talking with them. We also have a Taeyong Construction Company and our different kind of administrators from hospitals that are currently contributing and collaborating to accomplish the net zero commissions kind of directions. So universities could play a huge role in this because it does contribute to commercial space, to offices, research areas. So this is a small community to actually use as a test bed for net neutrality. I mean, as neutrality with carbon emissions was one of the examples that I would like to highlight. I think Seoul National University was one of the universities that firstly created a department for data science, and this is a graduate school for data science. So they don't have an undergrad program for this, but this is a data science graduate school that is currently open to whether you are majoring in any kind of major, whether it's liberal arts or not. The 4 universities that are in different provinces, what are their goals right now? How are they going to contribute to the community, economy at the moment? Are things that I wanted to highlight. Of course, the President Yoon recently said that communities and regional universities' roles are very important in becoming pillars of supporting the communities around them. Ajou University is one of those pillars of Suwon City, and these are this last picture is pretty much summarizing what I wanted to say to Ajou students to you today. Your talents, your capacities are probably very diverse, so diverse.
본인이 가지고 있는 그 구슬보다
And
더 큰 구슬을 저게 더 크게 보이는데
And even if the talents that you have look minuscule or smaller compared to other people, I encourage you to focus on what you're gonna, and retaking the college entrance exam is probably not the solution to your problems. Having leadership, having ownership over your own lives is something that I would like to encourage you. So the next 4 years on what you are good at. And yes, Thomas Frey said that you don't need 4 years and you could do it in a month or two. But I would like to say something different. You can go slower. Of course, you have to consider what's going on around you, but I want to support you as a president of a university is that to give you enough pearls so that you can create into a necklace and teach you how you can create a more valuable piece of jewelry that really represents your life. So showing you the road, showing you the way to do so is something that should be my message, and making sure that you Ajuians will really shine in this world is something that we want to encourage and support. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much again, President YeonamHall, for your thoughtful advices and also sharing the cases of Gangbuk National University. So our final keynote speaker is Sang-Yoon Jang, Vice Minister of Ministry of Education Korea. Before he being appointed Vice Minister, he served as Deputy Minister of Social Policy Coordination and Director of General Planning and Coordination Policy. However, Vice Minister Jang, who wanted to join us today, was not able to make it due to unavoidable circumstances. So instead, we have Eun-hee Choi, Head of the Ministry of Education's Human Resource Policy Office, to join us and have presentation. The topic of her keynote presentation is the future and innovation of Korean universities. Please welcome Eun-hee Choi with a round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까? 저는
Hello everyone.
대학 교육 부문하고
I'm working on high-end education and lifelong learning education, and my name is Eun-hee Choi. And I'm from the Ministry of Education. Nice to meet you. I would like to give my deepest congratulations to the 50th anniversary of Ajou University, and it is my great honor to be here together with all of you today.
제가 말씀드리려는 주제는
So the topic that I'm going to cover will be a little bit boring and not that much interesting because I'm working in the government and I'm a government official. So, including Ajou University, let me just tell you about the reality of Korean universities and what kind of important policies are taken by the current administration. So, I will do my best to easily articulate my presentation. So first of all, let me just tell you about the policy challenge of Korean universities. To put in a nutshell, universities are under the great crisis in perilous conditions. As you are well aware, Koreans have strong passion and fervor for education, which is widely well known across the globe. And thanks to this great passion, Korea could achieve remarkable growth in a very short period of time. And All of the professors, staff, and students here are the main driver of the growth and development of the country, and universities play the leading role to drive the growth of the country. However, nevertheless, according to the international indicators and the index on the competitiveness of Korean competitive edge, its ranking is not that high. And how universities properly respond to changing needs still have a long way to go. And recently, as you're well aware, the birth rate of Korea is one of the world's lowest, with 0.78. And due to the low birth rate, this has led to a lot of difficulties and challenges. And universities are facing much serious challenges as well. Ajou University is one of the top prestigious universities in Korea, and it is located near Seoul, so you may not vividly feel the severity of the issues. However, the issue here is that more and more young generations are making an influx to the Seoul metropolitan area. And the influx rate has been more than doubled for the past 5 years. And 89 cities and towns across the nation were appointed as the places for declining populations. In other words, they are likely to become extinct in a much faster pace. And most of them are in the non-Seoul area and the rural areas. And against this backdrop, the low birth rate will become more and more serious moving forward. And for that reason, the number of students entering universities will decrease by half by 2040. It will be around 260,000. So this is a serious crisis that we face. And also demographic structure is serious, and also the industrial structure has become more and more serious as well. And as you know, Netflix, the number of users of Netflix, in order to reach 1 million, it took 3.5 years. However, in case of Instagram, you know how long it takes to reach 1 million users? As you can see, only 2.5 months. And ChatGPT, which all of you are well aware, it only took 5 days to reach 1 million users. And in 2 months, the number of users reached 200 million. And according to McKinsey Global Institute, within 10 years, 400 million jobs will be newly replaced or transitioned with new types of skills. So in terms of demographic structure and also the rapidly changing technology and social environment, we need to think about the future, and also universities are expected to play more critical roles moving forward. So the Korean government has made a lot of efforts reviewing the policies and the current conditions. We are considering whether we can just stick to the existing policies will be okay. And from 2040, we are going to face the demographic, serious decline of demographic population. And next year, the number of students that will enter university will be under 400,000, and that number will continuously on the decrease. So considering all these factors, if we support universities as we have done before, we cannot survive. So this might be the last golden time. So regulation, region, lead, and state-of-the-art are the 4 main keywords that we set. And we also establish very systematic strategies and policies to that end. And let me just elaborate on what those four strategies
첫
are.
번째는
So first of all,
우리 경북대 홍원하 총장님께서 사례를
as
벌써
President
말씀해
Hong from
주셨는데,
Kyungbuk University
지역 혁신
mentioned,
중심 대학 지원 체계라고 해서
we establish a regional innovation system and education. The acronym is RISE, and it has a double meaning, like we want our universities to rise again. So this RISE has been established
벌써 말씀
to
주셨지만은
support universities in the
그동안 사실
region.
우리 대한민국의
And so far,
대학 정책은
the policy,
중앙정부가
university policies so far have been driven and initiated by the central government. So it was just a top-down approach and make some direction, and then universities follow after those standards and criteria, and then we make an assessment and provide some financial support. However, moving forward,
현장에서 가장 잘
I think universities themselves should take the initiative and take the ownership.
그렇게 하는 것도 또
And
필요하지만은 예를 들면
top-down approach might be needed. However, actually there are a lot of wildfire across the nation. That fire can be extinguished only when the local people can address the issues, and all the authority should be given to the person in the region. Likewise, we introduced this RISE system, and to put it simply,
지역 사정을 잘 아는
those who understand the issues in the region, like local government and regional universities, should closely work together to set one clear direction, and they can work together toward that direction.
구조적으로 여러 가지 재정이나
So
법제도를
that
만들어
is the
가는
way that we are going to enact the law and also set up the policies. Gyeongbuk University can be understood as the best example. And in case of Gyeongbuk University, Daegu City government and many other companies in Daegu, public organizations and research centers are working together. So the direction of that region will be designed based on their future goal and what are the main issues and challenges, and that will be reviewed and handled and addressed together with regional universities and also the organizations and companies in the region. So such bottom-up approach will be carried out instead of top-down method that we have taken so far. And financial support will be given, and also regulations will be eased for more and more regional universities to take full control. And this RISE will be started with 5 universities as a pilot test, and we started with the local university, provincial universities, and in 2025, all the universities across the nation will execute this RISE. And if that's the case, what we expect is we are actually the top priority of university is not just to handle the regional issues. You have to develop the future talents as well. What we have to say here is that instead of the central government oriented direction and approach, moving forward, we would like to ask the region themselves and the local governments to take the initiative and take the ownership for the development of universities in the region, and like alignment of employment and startups in the region, and cooperation in the community, industry, and academy and research, and also lifelong learning and vocational training can be more actively done. And the second one is the bold regulatory reform. As President Choi mentioned, and as Mr. Frey mentioned as well, a lot of education and research in universities have been supported by presidents, and a lot of different directions and approaches are taken. So we are more than willing to provide the right support, and to that end, our legal system needs to be transformed. And actually, most of our legal system has been past-oriented. So if there are any regulations that stand in the way of transformation of universities, most of the regulations will be eased, and we will have a full-scale review of those regulations to make an amendment. And university assessment will not be initiated or done by the government. And also the number of students entering university can be freely adjusted and controlled by universities themselves under their full discretion. So this might be a little bit difficult to understand, but also with all those deregulation and structural reform efforts, there are more than 400 universities across the nation. Actually, when you look into each one of those universities, all of them are very precious, and we want them to grow. Nevertheless, there are some universities themselves that they are under the perilous condition, and they want to set the different direction as well. So we are going to provide some professional consulting services and addressing any difficulties. And if not, then we are going to provide some voluntary retreat path. And in that manner, we are currently amending the laws concerned. And the third one is about global universities 3.0. So let me just elaborate on this project. All the pages that I covered previously was about how to change the high-end education. And global university means that, as we can see from global, it means the combination of global and local. Ajou University is also a local university. So even though it is a local university, it is setting the high standards of global prestigious level. So with very bold innovation in the industry and social area, we want these universities to be armed with global competitive edge and lead the innovation. And under the RISE system that we established, we are going to select a couple of universities that require some concentrated investment, and some of the universities that can lead by examples. And that will be selected within this year. And by 2027, we are going to develop 30 universities as global universities. And there are some of the points that we want to underscore in the global university strategies. The first one is eliminating any internal and external barriers. So the internal barrier needs to be eliminated, like the distinction between departments and the colleges. So in line with the needs and demands of students, and also in line with the changing technology, departments and schools of universities need to meet the demands.
그리고 좀 그렇게 배우고 또 대학교에 가서 또 대학원에 가서 진학하셔서 또 융합할 수 있고 이렇기 때문에
we need to provide more opportunity and chance to our students to find the right specialty and right major in line with changing environments.
지역, 산업,
and also cooperation with research center, industries, regions, and other academies and other schools are very important.
또 이렇게 자원을 모아서 함께 하시겠다는 말씀도 주셨는데요. 예, 그런 부분들. 그리고 이제 더 나아가서는
and moving forward,
오늘 이
like this type of forum, as we have guests from Singapore and TU, not just Korea, but also with international community, we need to closely work together. And such efforts and hard endeavors will be highly required moving forward. So what I understand at this moment is for the next 5 years, for Global University, we are going to provide 100 billion won of financial support. This is just a seed of money. And so it will take about 20 billion won per year. So depending on the perspective, it can be a large amount or small amount. So by setting this 100 billion won as a seed money for the next 5 years, on systematic terms and also institutional terms, we want to invest and make some financial support to universities. And we talked a lot about the future today. So in order to meet the needs of future society, we are going to develop talents on the state-of-the-art technology. So I don't want you to take it wrong, but under the right system, it doesn't mean that every field is not definitely work together with local community, but in case of state-of-the-art technology or some isolated area or some R&D support and BAU support will be continuously done by the Ministry of Education. But when it comes to RISE, lifelong learning or some cooperation with the regional community and industry will be driven by the regional universities and local government by themselves. So the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of SME and all the other ministries concerned in the Korean government will closely work together to develop the future-oriented talents. And the fields that we have to focus on is aerospace, mobility, biohealth, components, new materials, digital, and environment and energy. So by taking the initial of English, we made an acronym of A, B, C, D, E. And as president become a chair, we established a Talent Development Strategy Committee, which was launched in February. And this committee will be productively carried out, and also we are going to enact 3 related laws on talent development. And also we are going to analyze the effectiveness of existing talent development policies. As I'm here on the stage, I've seen a lot of overseas students here. So let me just briefly talk about our policies for overseas students studying in Korea. So throughout COVID-19, I feel very grateful that our universities made a lot of efforts for international cooperation. And thanks to your support and efforts, the number of overseas students have rather increased, especially when it comes to the regular degree programs. And I really appreciate that a lot of students from overseas coming to Korea for their studies. And with COVID-19, online learning has become more and more facilitated, and it has become a norm. And all the challenges that we face right now are commonly faced and encountered by the world. So likewise, it has become more and more important to attract talents from overseas as well and closely work together with countries around the world. So the Ministry of Education will continue to work harder to provide a lot of counseling programs or scholarship programs for more and more overseas students to study in Korea. And even after you graduate here, we will provide some chance and opportunities for your employment in Korea. And we are also working together with the Ministry of Justice about your immigration program and visa program as well. Study Korea Korea 3.0 is currently working on. When I was in 20s, I announced Study Korea 1.0. However, years have passed, so we are now currently working on Study Korea 3.0. So that's what we are working in the Ministry of Education. So universities were under great challenges during COVID-19, but I really appreciate that you have successfully passed through this difficult period. And all this remarkable progress and development made by Korea is mainly attributed to universities. And we may face more and more challenges ahead. However, we have great expectations and hopes to universities. So likewise, including Ajou University, I expect more and more Korean universities to play a critical role to develop the right talents in the future. And to that end, the government will spare no effort and financial support. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Che. We learned that our government, Korean government, is working very hard to cope with the upcoming challenges. So our taxes are not used in vain. Okay, so we are moving on to Q&A session. We'll probably have a couple of questions due to such an extended time today. So may we have a question to any of speaker here today? Okay, so there's a man over there. Right, fine.
안녕하십니까. 앞서 학생들에게 이와 같은
Hello, I would like to thank the host for preparing such a meaningful event. So right now we're talking about automation and technology innovation that would lead to job losses. And in order for us to survive in this kind of job industry, what kind of values and perspectives we need to take was pretty much the theme of this conference. The microcredit or external activities was emphasized. I was wondering whether these kind of concepts could really be applied in the Korean society. Isn't it just because of red tape or just something that shows great on your resume? I was wondering whether this could be substantial and actually effective. Yes, I could probably answer this question.
사실은 워낙 빨리 기술이나 트렌드가 바뀌어.
I know that trends and technologies are quickly changing. And I could tell you my perspective about these things. Just because you're a bit late, just because you take the longer road, it doesn't mean that you are behind. Yes, ChatGPT does pretty much has a user base of 200,000 people within just a week since its launch. And even if you're not amongst that group, you don't have to be surprised or anxious. Just have some interest in that. And even if you have a different major, and because convergence is a trend word that is like just repeated over and over, it doesn't mean that you have to change your major. And I majored in architecture. And some people told me that this is a liberal arts. You can't make any money out of going into architecture. Become a lawyer, become a doctor, was pretty much the advice I was told when I graduated. But that wasn't right. Think about how the society is changing, and being attentive towards that is something that we do need to have. But don't be anxious and take rather a perspective and approach from your circumstances. A lot of the faculty in Ajou University, we have more than 400 faculty that are working for you. If you just knock on their doors, they still are ready to answer a lot of your questions. If you are anxious and concerned about getting a job after graduation, knock on their doors.
Okay, thank you, President Hong. Is there anything to add to the question?
질문을 더 받는 게 나을 것 같아요. 한두 개만.
I think we should get maybe one or two more questions from the floor.
One more question, okay? Okay, so may have the microphone.
Hi everyone, I'm an exchange student from Ajou University in Tashkent, Jorabek Abraev. My question is, these days, cities across the globe are pinning their hopes on the universities to boot or reboot them as more innovation economies. So, in what aspects does this university-centered economical strategy can have benefits on the society? And what are the possible obstacles and solutions for them? Thank you.
질문이 이게 pronunciation이 I roughly understood what you said. So what are the obstacles that we have to combat for university to lead the economic prosperity, those kind of things? I think the President Ling San presented in his slide, if my memory is correct, different university roles have been presented. If I remember it correctly, I think here. University's role still, the education role is there, research role is there, and innovation role can be, it was there, but the new features should be accommodated on top of that. So, impact on society and industry and entrepreneurship, those two I just took a photo behind him to memorize. So thinking that there are many obstacles even in Ajou University as it is. One thing, I am not an expert in this kind of industry cooperation, coordination or cooperation, but it seems to me there is one significant, possible, plausible demerits, which is not merit. For example, in Korea, even though professors, the first thing is professors sometimes don't know how precious those expertise he or she is having, is how much precious those are. We don't know sometimes. So discovery of those belongs to university. And universities in United States, what they are doing is they in some sense do on behalf of the researcher or professor, they do the rest of things in a one-shot manner. In return for that, the money he can possibly gain out of those expertise is rather small. I would say it is a 1/3, but here is a 2/3. 우리는 3분의 2고 미국은 3분의 1 정도밖에 안 돼요. 그 대신에 미국은 확실하게 그냥 교수가 연구에 더 집중할 수 있도록 해주는 그런
so that they can ultimately support the university
저 학생이
professors to
얘기한
focus on
것의
research.
정확한 그 crux, 핵심을 제가 잘 모르겠는데 어쨌든
I didn't
그런
really
부분이 좀
understand the
있는데
crux of the
anyway,
question.
incubation policy and plan design, those are very important for universities to tackle. And 이스라엘 같은 경우는 프로페서가 연구에
in
집중하도록
Israel,
CEO가 될 수가 없습니다.
the
혁신은
professors
무지하게 많이 일어나요.
cannot become
테크니언 공대에도
CEOs, and
1000개가
there's a lot
넘어요.
of innovation IPs
There
that
are
are
more than
created
1,000
in these
small
universities.
incubators and small companies. But in Israel government case, professors cannot be a CEO. I assume that is for the consideration for the things that professors should, in a continuous manner, they have to devote themselves to new discovery rather than loitering or losing the valuable times for such kind of incubating. So I think in that case, I think the Ministry of Education in Korea may learn something out of those countries and then how to balance those kind of potential, in order not to lose potentials and progress in a forward way. I think those kind of the policy design is very important. Sorry.
Okay. I think she could answer a little bit more.
네. 저도 참 좋은 질문인 것 같은데
Okay, I
제가
think
정확히
you have a very good question, but
질문을 이해했는지는
I'm afraid
모르겠습니다만
I clearly understand your question, but
총장님
let me
말씀에
just
조금
add
보태고자
up
합니다.
to what President Choi
일단
mentioned.
혹시 이제 대학 교육 자체가 항상
So
그
university education
경제, 지역 경제를 일으키는데 어떤 수단이 돼야 된다 이런 취지로 일단은 먼저 오해를 하지 않으셨으면
not been
좋겠어요.
understood as a means to
대학이
revitalize the community's economy.
기업, 산업과 연계를 하라는 것은 할 수 있도록 저희가 돕고자 하는 것은 그게 이제 양측에 다 저희는 윈윈이 된다고 이제 보기 때문이라는 걸 좀 먼저 말씀을 드리고요. 혹시 배우는 학생 입장에서 이제 뭘 더 좀 해야 되나 이런 거를 만약에 궁금해 하셨다면은 아마도 이제 학교에서 이제 조금 더 아까 말씀 주신 대로 어떤 일을 하시든지 간에 아까 기업가 정신 말씀 주셨는데 나가서 문제를 해결하고 주도적으로 주인이 돼서 문제를 해결하는 어떤 그런 스피릿을 먼저 배울 수 있어야 될 것 같고요. 그다음에 이제 자기 전공 분야에서 공부를 할 때는 만약 그것이 전혀 산업과 연결이 안 되는 분야도 있습니다. 정말 이제 학문적으로 연구를 더 많이 하셔야 되는 분야도 있지만 연계가 되는 분야라면은 직접 이제 현장에 가서 함께 배우고 커리큘럼도 함께 짜고 이미 많이 그렇게 하고 계실 건데요. 이렇게 현장에서 배울 수 있는 기회를 좀 더 적극적으로 탐색을 하시는 거 좋을 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 하여튼 외국 대학 사례를 제가 다 말씀드리긴 그런데 어쨌든 조금 더 우리 젊은이들이 이제 도전적으로 창업을 하고 창업에 실패하더라도 다시 지원해 줄 수 있는 그런 시스템을 대학 교육에서 조금 더 많이 누리시면 좋을 것 같고요. 그래서 저희 교육부에서도 저희는 제도적으로 또 재정적으로 이런 기회를 우리 여러분들이 좀 더 향유할 수 있도록 저희가 이 학교 밖에서 이루어지는 여러 가지 활동
And any activities outside schools need to be acknowledged as scores or credits in the school. And if you want to make a startup, then for a certain period of time you can take a leave, or also startups can be also acknowledged as the credits as well. So that is the way that the Ministry of Education is considering to set up as policies. So for more and more students to think about their future, the Ministry of Education will also think about different types of policies.
So I would like to maybe answer that question a bit more. So getting Nobel Prizes and entrepreneurship is also important, but our university is also about creating great citizens for the community. And just because the birth rate is dropping, I think your parents, maybe like if you think about the immigrations, the office, I think educating all these kind of diverse groups is also very important. Money making is also important, but the university role of education also needs to persist. So I don't think that universities don't have a role in education now. They still
Okay,
persist.
Thank you for the questions, and also thank you for your kind answers, President Che and Director Che. So we'll have this second session ended here today. We really appreciate your presentations and sharing your insights here in this event. Thank you very much. So let's give all the speakers here with a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. 아유, 감사합니다. 멋있었어요. 잘 들었어요.
So session 3 will begin without intermission in just a moment. So just give us 1 minute to clear out the stage. Thank you. Yeah, okay, the session 3 will start now. This session will be mostly in Korean, and my role is almost done. So this session will be moderated by Professor Emeritus Young-ho Cho. It is my honor to introduce Professor Emeritus Young-ho Cho. Professor Cho is one of our very first graduates in Ajou University, the class of 1973. He has been working in Ajou University for 33 years and served Vice President in the Office of Planning and Coordination, Dean for School of Business and Graduate School of Business at Ajou University. Currently, he serves as a co-chairman of the Ajou's 50th Anniversary Commemorate Project Promotion Committee and a director of Suwon Global Lifelong Learning Center. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
네, 김재봉 교수님 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you, Professor Kim Jae-bong. I'll try to hurry up as much as possible. So today's third session.
우리 파워포인트 공유 좀 해주세요. 파워포인트 공유.
Can we see the PowerPoint slides, please?
우리 동문들을 해외 대학에 근무하는 우리
We wanted to
아주대
interview
동문들을
our
모시고
alumni that are currently
얘기를
working
나눠보겠습니다.
at overseas university at the moment and listening to their opinions.
띄워주세요.
Could we go to the different kind of visual aids?
줌으로 좀 연결돼 있는데
We're
몇 시간째
currently
지금 기다리고
connected to
있습니다.
Zoom and they're currently waiting for us at the moment.
전체를 좀
Can we
볼 수 있나요?
see all their faces up on the screen, please?
네, 이 자리를 준비하면서 우리 아주대
As we've been preparing
출신들이
for this third session, we
해외 대학에
learned
많이
that a
진출했다는
lot of our
것을 깜짝
alumni
놀랐습니다.
are currently
얼른 파악에도 20명이 넘게 있었고요.
contributing. There's a lot of
미국뿐만 아니라
alumni park in US,
러시아,
Europe, Russia. There are
아랍에까지 진출해서
even in
열심히
the
연구를
other
하시고
kind of continents. We see a lot of alumni that are contributing to universities and research areas at the moment. So hello everyone. Can you say hello to our audience?
아이고 오랫동안 기다리셨습니다.
So thank you for the
그
delay.
중에서
Sorry for the
5분을
delay, and I would like to
모셨습니다.
thank you
다섯
for
분을
waiting for us.
좀
We have
소개해드릴
5
텐데요.
people, and we'd like to
윤현정
introduce
교수님,
each of
윤 교수님.
them. So we have Yoon Hyun
네,
Jung,
윤현정
Professor
교수님은
Yoon
우리
Hyun Jung.
정치외교학과
Right now,
96학번이고
she
지금 현재
graduated
텍사스
from
스테이트
politics
유니버시티
in '96,
산
and she is
마르코스에서
currently
정교수로
a
계십니다.
tenured professor
윤
at
교수님,
Texas State University.
간단히 인사해
Could you
주시죠.
maybe introduce yourself, Professor Yoon? Hello, everyone. My name is Yoon Hyun-jung, and I'm one of the alumni that have entered in 1996. I think I have also participated as the exchange program, and then I went to the Central Florida University, also got my master's and PhD in political science. Right now, I am a professor at poli-sci at Texas State University at San Marcos. Wow, you had 2 PhDs and are currently tenured professor at the moment. That was Yoon Hyun-jung. Can we go on to Professor Lee Jae-young? He is currently in China at the moment, right? Right? Yes. I'm actually in Korea in this YeonamHall at the moment. Oh, that's funny. So we couldn't ask you to come to this floor anyway. So thank you very much for accessing via Zoom. So he had majored in transportation, but also studied in environmental city planning at the moment. He had got his master's and PhD, and then is currently studying at the University of Central Florida and also China. Hello. I'm currently a tenured professor in transportation. So he has a lot of research. So he's the top 2% of the most recited professors at the moment. Is that right? Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing to admit it, but yes. Yes, why don't we give him a big round of applause. We have the third professor right now. He is entering the university in 2008 in physics. He's currently at Illinois. So I got my master's at Ajou University and then went to Ohio University, and currently I'm a professor at Northern Illinois University at the moment. Did you know that I was actually one of your alumni? So how many years differences do we have? How much of a senior are you? More than 30 years? So please give him a big round of applause. We have Professor Lee Gun-woo, and he is a 03 in computer science at the moment. He's currently a professor at Telecom Paris. Hello, I'm an alumni from the computer science department at 03. So when I first entered, I think that I remember the 30th anniversary, and it's been 20 years since that. So I would like to congratulate everyone for such a commemorable. And so I actually finished all my PhD and postdoc, and then went to Telecom Paris, and I'm currently a professor. Oh, did you hear? So he finished his undergrad, master, and PhD all here, and then he pretty much went on a vacation to Paris, and now he's suddenly a professor in Telecom Paris. So Telecom Paris is pretty much the top class university in France. Graduating there is very difficult, and I heard that a graduate from Ajou University told me that becoming a professor is pretty much impossible. Is that true? No. So this is a smaller university that is a part of Telecom Paris. The next alumni that I want to introduce you to is Park Se-jun. Hello, my name is Park Se-jun, and I majored in physics, and I currently have a PhD at Ajou University in electromagnetics at the moment. It would be thank you very much for inviting me to such a memorable event. So he finished his master's, PhD, and undergrad all here. You're currently in London, right? Yes, right now I'm currently a researcher or a professor at the Queen Mary University of London. So, yes, the University of London. Queen Mary. Welcome.
제가 시간을 많이 못 드려요.
So I can only give you 5 minutes each, and I apologize for that. And I asked you 3 questions in advance. So what kind of changes are each university doing at the moment? What is the innovative cases that you could share with us? And also, what kind of precedents should we learn as a university from these different kind of universities? Why don't we start from Park Se-jun?
박 교수님, 제가 몇 분 드린다 그랬죠?
So Professor Park, you only have 5 minutes. You remember? Sorry for giving you such a short time, but hope to finish in 5 minutes. So the first page, I will just pass it on because I introduced myself. So in order to give you the answer to 3 different questions, let me just briefly introduce my school. Queen Mary University of London is a member of London University Group, and it is located in the city center. And also 40% are overseas students, and there are 9 Nobel laureates. And one of them is Peter Matz, professor of physics, and he invented MRI. And that's the reason why he could receive the Nobel laureates. And the next slide. So what kind of changes and transformation efforts are underway by British universities? So I will just tell you based on my personal experience. First of all, British universities are developing the curriculum, converging the state-of-the-art technology and the recent trend, such as AI, machine learning, and a lot of master's programs on this field is provided, like management, business management, economics, physics, and computer engineering are all combined together. And maybe this might be confined to London, but universities here put the priority on diversity. London is the city with diverse cultures and diverse people and background, and they are aiming to generate some synergy effects from this diversity. And the last one is they put a lot of efforts studying sustainability and environment friendliness. So environment-friendly fuels and all the related regulations are rapidly prepared. And likewise, inside the UK, more and more British are paying attention to environment friendliness. And that interest is also applied into the university programs as well. And a lot of joint research and studies are underway to address some global and social issues. Next question is about the innovative cases of British University. Let me just share some examples of Queen Mary. So one of the most important roles of university is to provide some social ladder. Queen Mary is a research-oriented university, so it shows the highest level of social mobility. And the level of social mobility is 5 times higher than the British average. And in order to facilitate this social mobility, the school is working together with the international, globally leading companies such as Goldman Sachs and DeepMind, and it provides diverse internship programs and employment opportunities. So the major goal of this program is to build some social ladder so that the socially marginalized class can make an upper movement in their society. And next slide. And the next question is, how Ajou University should be changed in the future. So let me just focus on what are the developments that we have to work on.
You can see that there are a lot of tenured university, and then they can only maybe teach one subject, and they don't give any other subjects so that they can focus on their research. And we make sure that they can support them and give them an environment. And then after their first 3 years, they have 2 subjects. And so this is a lot smaller, fewer compared to what Korean professors are probably. And I know that a lot of professors are very famous in research. So if you create like a system to support them so that they can focus more on their research, I think that would lead to more research outputs in the future. That would be something that you would make Ajou University and put their flag in global research. We could also reinforce the credit system and also reinforce their international capacity at the moment, and also allow double majors so that we can increase our international capacity for our students. This is probably a very good policy that would motivate a lot of students and actually be very beneficial when they are job seeking. We also, lastly, have about increasing the diversity and sustainability, and also educating the importance about diversity and sustainability so that we can ensure that people with diverse backgrounds are studying together and researching together to become a very capable global institute. And considering that the low birth rate in Korea, this could also be a great opportunity to overcome the difficulties at the moment. So congratulations on the 50th anniversary. Thank you very much. So I went to UK, and it seems like you look like even more stylish. So I was wondering, how did you become a professor at Queen Mary University? Can I ask you? Yes. After getting my PhD in Ajou University in 2008, I actually went to the University of Leeds as a research fellow for the past 3 years then. And I could have focused on creating my network there, but I also wanted to learn a lot of the culture and focus on really inseminating into that country, and that's why I actually got a job at Queen Mary University. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Because of time constraints, let's go on to the next professor. We have Im Kun-woo, professor from Paris.
Hello, everyone. I think I can just skip my self-introduction. Let me just share some innovative case of France. That is Institut Polytechnique de Paris, which is called IPP. Before going further, let me just briefly tell you about some education system of France. So from high school, for students who want some high-end education, there are some special preparatory programs. And in line with their academic scores, there's a Grandes Écoles. So only the top-ranking students can enter that type of schools. This has both pros and cons, but in order to address some cons, this system can be currently utilized at this moment. And as a part of those efforts, IPP was newly established. And also, it is working to improve the competitiveness and share the scores in other EU members. And also, they provide very systematic exchange student programs with many countries around the world. 10 South American countries, 15 African countries, and 10 Asian countries are having some exchange student program with IPP. And also scores that you get from these countries are acknowledged in French university as well. So like Silicon Valley in the United States, it is like Paris Saint Clair. In the Paris Saint Clair, Institute Mines Telecom and PSL are setting up some diverse joint community. And by setting up such cooperative systems, there are more than 70,000 companies working together with schools and universities for doing some joint research programs and joint degree programs. And this is serving as one of the great achievements to enhance and consolidate the competitive edge of French education. So inside Telecom Paris, there are a lot of different types of innovative cases. One of the keywords is internationality. So one thing that we have to take notice is that, Chinese Shanghai Transportation University and IPP are operating undergraduate master integrated course for 6 years. And what is special here is that in France, there are some 5 to 6 professors staying in China, and 30 to 40 professors are educating in China, and 60 to 80 Chinese students are receiving double degree. And even after that, they can have some chance to study further, like having some PhD in France, and also provide diverse opportunities to work and study in France. And the second case is a specialized master's program. So this program provides 12 to 18-month intensive course, so not just students, but also the adults who are working in companies can use this program as a lifelong learning. So this can be understood as an evening MBA or evening graduate school that is operated by Korean universities. So this is not just an evening program, but they are receiving some educational courses for adults and just general students alike. And with this, not only in France, but Asia, Africa, and Middle East, a lot of students are joining this program and providing more opportunities for employment. And also, by providing some 100% internship programs, this give them some chance and opportunities to work further in France. And next page. This is the last page. Personally, how Ajou University should be changed moving forward. So I think I gave you the answer by mail. So I continue to work together with Professor Ko in Ajou University. As far as I understand, compared to any other universities in Korea, Ajou University is doing great. It is actively leveraging BK21 and also closely working together with many countries around the world, South Asia, Middle East, and Africa as well. So in other words, it is great in striking a balance. However, there are some more room for further improvement. Like external internship programs need to be further encouraged. And in case of France, this internship program is a mandatory. So for 2 months, they have to do the external internship outside France. And for the remaining period, they need to do the internship inside France. So in order to successfully complete the overseas internship, the linguistic barrier should be eliminated. So language fluency is also highly required. And other than that, we need to think about the way to utilize incubator system. And in France, every year, developers, businessmen, professors are gathered together and having some forum and free discussion. And also, this can give them an opportunity to set up the startups and also provide some advice and search the right talents together. And also, the apprenticeship is actively facilitated as well. So I think this type of approach can be considered in Ajou University, which will be greatly helpful to our students. And personally, I expect that there can be some close international cooperation and curriculum design together with Telecom Paris and Ajou University, and that's my personal wish.
임 교수님,
We could also do something similar. I was wondering how you became a professor at Dalgomba리. Oh, yes. I was able to do my postdoc at Ajou University through BK21, and then we had an open call after that. So for a year and a half, I was able to go to the sixth university, the Curie University in Paris, do my postdoc over there, and then I applied there naturally, and therefore became a professor there. Oh. Do you teach in English or French? Fortunately, English, but Paris is changing very quickly at the moment. So now they're becoming much more international. They can't encourage English classes at the moment. Oh, interesting. Thank you very much. Let's go on to Professor Hwang Jae-jin.
네, 부탁합니다.
Hello, everyone. I did listen to my introduction, and the moderator already mentioned this, so I'll skip that slide. So let me tell you about what is going on in the U.S. At the moment. They are providing students with support and resources that are necessary for academic and personal success. They're striving to create a more inclusive and accessible learning environment. They're also trying to diversify faculty and staff that is currently considered when they are choosing staff members at the moment. And they also implement programs that promote equity and inclusivity and offer resources to cater various student needs. Especially, I would like to focus on COVID-19 when a lot of students felt isolated and stressed, where they have currently a lot of support for therapy sessions for that, and career guidance and academic support so that they can access the education that they want. Could we go on to the next slide? So the Northern Illinois University that I am currently teaching at, they have a digital convergence lab or a makerspace where students can really be hands-on and try out new technology and learn throughout that process. Especially the digital convergence lab is about 3D printing, virtual reality, motion capture, these kind of cutting-edge technologies is accessible here. And we also offer students the opportunity to participate in volunteer projects during their vacations. They can also go to collaborative spaces where students can work on projects, receive assistance for skilled staff, and helping underserved undergraduate students to prepare for graduate school. If we go on to the last slide, I believe that Ajou University is already doing very great at the moment, and listening to the different sessions and learning about AI, what kind of philosophy and vision we need when we are furthering our career, I too think that the educational scene will drastically change because of AI technology. And we shouldn't keep to the conventional education. We need to teach our students how to ask the right questions and how to analyze the data that is provided to us. For example, ChatGPT, what kind of questions you ask and how do you word your sentence is something that will impact of what kind of quality of results you'll get. So making sure that you provide the real information that they need to collaborate and ask the right questions is something that we need to focus on. AI will probably replace a lot of conventional jobs, but despite of this, we need to focus on what really makes humans humans. What kind of qualities cannot be replaced by machines and AI, such as empathy or creativity. These are the areas that we need to focus on when we are teaching our students. And lastly, I also want to focus on if AI is an inevitable trend, how can we fully utilize it? Make sure that we use it as a tool is something that we need to focus on. AI is something that you should not fear. How can you coexist with AI, with the new technology is something that we need to focus on. And ChatGPT currently is such a mirage at the moment. It talks as if it knows something, but it actually isn't right. So making sure that analyzing whether the data is right, checking your sources, fact-checking is something that we could also emphasize to our students. I would like to congratulate you on your 50th anniversary. Thank you very much. So, Professor Hwang, I know that you majored in human interaction with machines, right? Yes, that's right. I'm very interested in this area, so I'm researching about this area and very interested. Thank you very much.
자, 이재은 교수님께로 가겠습니다.
So now we'll move to Professor Jeong.
예, 안녕하십니까. 인사드렸던 이재영입니다.
Hello, this is Professor Lee Jae-young. Currently, I've been working as a professor at Central South University at the moment, and I believe that our university is rather global at the moment. Can we go on to the next slide? If you ask me what kinds of changes are currently happening in China, I could probably summarize this, that the Chinese government and university have different stances. So I would like to really talk about my personal understanding and opinion about our university. So there's a lot of budgets and grants that are provided by the government, and we currently want to cultivate first-class universities into world-class institutes. We selected 100 domestic universities, and these 100 schools are invested heavily on. During the 985 project, you can see that this aims to nurture world-class universities even at a higher level education. There was pretty much 1% of the national budget allocated to this project, and in 2023, the support budget for 15 schools affiliated with this project exceeded like 10 billion yuan, which is about 1.8 trillion Korean won. We also have a different kind of initiative that selects world-class universities and first-class students. The government supports these students for about 2 years, and a lot of the graduates have that opportunity to use these grants. They also are going to first-class universities overseas through on this grant. They are also very proactive in bringing in brains from other countries. Can we go on to the last slide? Or the next slide? I wanted to tell you about some innovative initiatives at the moment. To briefly talk about our university, Central South University is a prestigious institute in China that was selected of the 985 project. So we are getting a lot of financial benefits, such as research funding, and we currently are in Changgage, which is known for its beautiful scenery. Let me talk about. They are currently innovative practices that are at our university. We currently manage the students' research capabilities at an institutional level, and a lot of the undergrad students need to focus on practical training, and before graduation, they have to require about several weeks on hand-on training at companies or organizations, and they can only graduate by passing the defense in front of a committee composed of multiple professors. For master's students' requirements, master's students must publish at least one CSI level paper before graduating, and they are also required to fulfill essential practical demands through work experience at companies. And for doctoral students, they must satisfy about a 15-point paper requirement, and journals are classified into 4 tiers. And the students need to follow the governmental regulations. This is not something that a professor can actually change at a whim, and this is an environment created that encourages students to concentrate on their research. Next, I also want to talk about creating an environment dedicated to research. The students are receiving scholarships from the government, and the tuition is not much of a burden, creating an environment where they can really focus on research. And you can see that budget execution is rather streamlined. We also have international exchanges and support for that on an institutional level. So university provides substantial support, such as scholarships, research funding, and overseas visit assistance for like research exchanges. And this primarily focuses on graduate students and professors, and the emphasis is on international collaborative research. Can we go to the last slide? So I could probably ask about 3 points that could be beneficial for Ajou University. So Ajou University has an exchange with many foreign schools at the moment. So fostering genuine interaction with strong universities and departments, especially around graduates and professors. So active support in exchanging alumni, especially professors and entrepreneurs. And I think we could probably exchange more with Chinese universities. Simplification, streamlining admin procedures, and granting more autonomy to professors as researchers is something that would be very important to me. I think they could probably bring out more research outcomes. And I'm very proud to be an alumni of Ajou University. I would like to congratulate your 50th anniversary, and I would like to ask you to still contribute to our development. Thank you very much. China is great. Do you speak Chinese? English, Chinese, and Korean, pretty much on similar levels. Wow. You're a polyglot. We think you're very good. Your Korean's very good too. Now going on to Professor Yoon Hyun-jung.
Hello everyone. I will also skip first 2 pages and then start with page 3. So the first question that I received from school is what kind of transformation and changes are underway by U.S. University. I just summarized what we have done so far. As mentioned by the keynote speech, there has been the dramatic increase in interdisciplinary research. Most American universities are focusing on future-oriented university and convergence education. Computer science and medical science are combined together, and through such convergence, people's cognitive ability can be aligned with AI, and how that can be textualized are one of the research that are done by universities in the US. And second one is project-based holistic education and holistic pedagogy are underway, and which is actively encouraged by schools. And most exams, classes, and quiz are now moving toward a more holistic manner of driven by project. And most of them and most of the classes are project-driven. So universities are redesigning the curriculum. And the third one is at the time of entrance and the graduation of schools, upper ceiling is eliminated. Middle school and high school students in the United States do not give any limits to their students. And some of them can take the AP courses, which is the level of undergraduate studies. So all the students who enter the university with such a level can take higher courses, and also they can graduate much earlier than others. So around the age of 17 or 18, they can enter graduate schools. And regardless of their level, we can eliminate the upper ceiling so that we can let our students exert their full potential. Next slide. And the second question was, what is the leading innovative cases done by Texas State University? The Texas State University is providing some integrated education to public citizens with political literacy. So regardless of their major and departments, all the students need to take the political science courses. So having some comprehensive understanding about political environment and society are very important. So in order to make the level-headed public citizens, Texas government and all the state universities in Texas are providing such education to all the students. And interdisciplinary education and research are actively underway. and also the experts on grant research are working together. Research team in the schools are not done by department. Instead, we classify into topic. So currently, the research on dementia and Alzheimer's diseases are underway. And to that end, arts, cultural studies, chemistry, and criminology are all involved to study the topic. And the grant project is jointly done, and also the papers are jointly written. So this is the last page. So about the question how Ajou University should be changed in the future, about 28 years ago, when I was the third year of high school, I thought about what was the meaning of Ajou University to me at that time. I was from very conservative family backgrounds, but for me, Ajou University gave me an opportunity and also made my dream come true. And I still have some cherished memory about this school in my mind. In this rapidly changing environment, Ajou University gave a huge opportunity for me. And if that is the case, up until now, compared to any other universities, Ajou University is taking the lead in this rapidly changing environment. It is my great honor to be here together with you. Thank you. I think we have to keep this slide. Professor Yoon, what time is it in Texas? It's 6 a.m. So until when did you turn on Zoom? From 3 a.m. Thank you very much. And I don't think we have some time to receive the question due to time constraint. But we will receive one question from the audience. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your nice presentation. So I was wondering, most of the students are focusing their student lives, focusing on their departments. But I'm going to ask some different question. So, what students have to prepare for this changing environment for education and universities? So, Professor Yoon, would you start? So, what kind of advice that you can give to students? So there might be some age gap, but to my alumni, so my mindset and my feelings in a broad sense was shared. Whatever you do and whatever you study, what I feel precious is that it is very important to do what I want to do. An educational system should be supported in that direction, and which was very helpful to me. And for me, I got PhD on political science and journalism together. And the reason for that is that actually I didn't plan it beforehand. And actually, I didn't want to get some double degree, but I just happened to study political communication, and I was allowed to enter these two different programs at the same time. So I just happened to write down the research paper that I want to do, and all of a sudden I found out that I got a PhD in two different studies. And actually that was not expected by myself, and most of my professors in Ajou University didn't expect it either. And interdisciplinary studies and interdisciplinary research combining the political science, psychology, and journalism have become quite widespread nowadays. So political science and communications and interdisciplinary research centers and schools have been on the rise. And that was the reason why I could become the professor. So actually, I didn't plan beforehand, and instead of adapt myself into a certain curriculum, I think it is more important to have some passion to the topic that you're interested in. And if that's the case, you can get more opportunity in this rapidly changing environment.
Thank you very much. Why don't we give her a big round of applause? So because of time constraints, this has become a night conference all of a sudden, but I would like to thank all the speakers, 5 alumni/professors, and also everyone that is here, and also Professor Lin Sang pretty much left right recently, so thank you so much for your fervent support. I would like to close today's session, and I think that this is an amazing, so even 50 years ago, when I was first a student, or also Professor Yoon Hyun-jung or Professor Park Se-jun, they were students here once, which really made their heart beat. This was a university that pretty much secured and helped to protect their and realize their dreams. So this university is pretty much securing your dreams with Vision 5.0. So thank you everyone for keeping us. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you for keeping to the very end. When you are leaving, we ask you to return your interpretation receivers, and of course, don't forget your souvenir. Thank you.